Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome over to our stream today. So excited to go ahead and talk about not only the previous week of comic books, but also the coming week of titles too. We have a massive block today for not only Storm, but Spider-Man as well. Plus, we're going to be able to dive really deep into the most recent Marvel Comics release of Ultimate Wolverine. I have a lot to say about that series. Very excited to talk about it in just a few moments. First off, I just want to recap the past week of books here in a really quick nutshell. We have Amazing Spider Man 65 Point Deaths. We're going to be getting really deep into that issue in just a few moments here. I thought it was actually a pretty solid comic book. It was a great follow up to see a lot of just emotional depth carved out from one of the previous issues of Eight Deaths of Spider Man. It's going to be really interesting to explore how this transitions into the next issue of Amazing Spider Man coming really, really soon. Elsewhere, we had Ultimate Wolverine. This was a big anticipated launch in terms of Marvel Comics. There aren't that many Ultimate titles, so I thought it was pretty interesting to see a new launch with a writer I'm not super familiar with, and just the wonderful Alessandro Capuccio coming off of some beautiful, beautiful interiors from the recent Moon Knight series. Let's see what else we got this week. We got another issue of Exceptional X-Men. Boy, do I have a lot to say about this one. Once again here, I think there was a lot of depth here from Eve Ewing's scripts, but in terms of the actual material in the issue, there was definitely a lot more melodrama than I'm used to in terms of what the series is usually bringing here. I have so much to say here about Storm. I don't even know where to get started. Thankfully, though, Marvel has just released so much news about this series, previewing not only the issue that's coming next after this one, but also issues very far in advance into the series. So, even though I'm not the biggest fan of this fourth issue of Storm, I think the future direction of the book is actually pretty intriguing. So I think that's a pretty, really interesting thing that Marvel has done is really teased out so many comic books into the future. Frankly, with so many news announcements right now, I really think we're probably close to Marvel Comics launching some brand new solicits. So that's going to be really fun to talk about on a future stream. We pretty much have like almost nearly all of the solicits coming in from Marvel right now that we're going to explore, really covering the One World Under Doom titles. All right, without further ado here, I want to go ahead and welcome you over to our stream. My name is Arakko Braddock, and we have a really interesting week of comic books. I feel like typically when I read the comic books, I'm like super energized and ready to go ahead and talk about them on stream. But I thought this was a little bit of a downer week in terms of not only X-Men, Spider-Man, but even some of the rest of the publishing line too. I still think there's a lot of commentary we can get into regarding these books, especially as far as Ultimate Wolverine stems. I thought that comic book was just going to be like a smash hit, but I think what we actually got was a really intense and like violent issue, really featuring some characterization towards Logan, depicting him as the Maker's sort of Winter Soldier that was just so violent that it wasn't able to get some of that really interesting political tension with the Maker's Council or some of the rest of just the antagonism that I was looking to see towards the Maker's Council, Wolverine, and his role as a hitman and the new Winter Soldier in terms of the rest of the Ultimate Universe. Elsewhere, I still think Amazing Spider-Man under Joe Kelly, and to be fair, we probably should mention Justina Ireland as well as Derek Landy, who have contributed some writing in terms of this series. Watching Spider-Man fight through Doctor Doom's Covenant has been so much fun. Seeing these Sidorak Scions here just wreck Spider-Man's day and all of his relationships has caused so many like intriguing confrontations with Amazing Spider-Man and has really like conflated his role into some brand new directions here. I love this like occult underpinning, and I think what I'm like a little bit afraid about in terms of this series is it seems like when it relaunches with Joe Kelly's first issue that we're going to lose a lot of the occult mystic elements. So I'm really wondering at this point if Joe Kelly, when he heads into his own ongoing series, is going to be able to pull on some of these interesting plot threads. Okay, elsewhere over in terms of Marvel's publishing line this week, we had Exceptional X-Men. This is bar none, one of my favorite comic book series. by Eve Ewing and Carmen Carnero. I think this is probably the weakest issue of the comic book to date here. There was so much characterization with some of the New Mutants being Axo, Bronze, and Melee. And I just feel like this book has really been razor focused on these characters already, and then fleshing them out and adding more interactions here, I don't think really progressed the story as quickly as it possibly could. This series has always had a really big focus on Kitty Pryde as an X-Men and a mutant, but I sure would love it if, Kitty was able to take some of these X-Men into battle and really get the spotlight shine directly on her again. I found the most recent issue before this one to be one of the most compelling, which, as we mentioned earlier, put the spotlight directly on Kitty and was able to flesh out, some of her like rough feelings and animosity in such a beautiful way here. So there is so much to say regarding some of these books. I want to go ahead and get into some of our main, go ahead and stream for the week. Let's go ahead and kick things off here with a look at the most recent issue of Marvel Comics' Amazing Spider-Man series over in the 8 Deaths of Spider-Man line. This is a look at Amazing Spider-Man 65-point deaths justed this past Wednesday. This one is a little bit different than usual because instead of being written by Joe Kelly, instead of being written by Justina Ireland as well, this one features artwork from Derek Landy, and also I meant to say writing, but instead of artwork from the usual artists like Gleb Melnikov or Kafu, we actually have artwork in this one coming in from Kev Walker. Kev Walker is actually a really great artist. He's incredibly expressive in terms of his character emotions. He draws just incredibly wild scenarios for these characters, which is really interesting to note here because in terms of where the Amazing Spider-Man is at currently, Peter Parker is on an incredibly down note. In one of the most recent issues where he fought these evil scions called Sierra and Calyx, Peter Parker had to live through the deaths of so many elements of his supporting cast and has just been beaten down emotionally again and again and again. Last issue really got into some of Peter Parker's emotional underpinnings, but this one dives deeper in than we've seen this series go to date in terms of the emotions and the complexity of the series. I thought this just was absolutely tremendous here in terms of where the emotions came from. Unfortunately, there wasn't much more to the comic book aside from the really solid characterization. One aspect that we should definitely note is the fact that Phil Coulson has become the character of death as far as this new run of 8 Deaths of Spider-Man goes. I think it's been a really interesting way to see Phil Coulson sort of harnessed as this role of the Grim Reaper, especially in terms of his relationship with Spider-Man, because we've seen Spider-Man die so many times throughout this series, and each time he goes to death here, he ends up seeing Phil Coulson and trades one of his reeds of Ragador to be returned to life over the course of the series. Phil Coulson's relationship with Spider-Man is definitely expanding in a really interesting way over the course of this issue. It sort of opens with the ghost of Doctor Strange echoing over to Peter Parker that he must continue fighting this covenant and there's no other way to save the Earth instead of Spider-Man doing so, but he's incredibly dejected at this point. Due to the fact that there's so much emotional subtext over the course of this series, I think Kev Walker does a wonderful job just lending some big and bold character expressions to Peter Parker, Phil Coulson, and some of the rest of the characters over the course of this series. I definitely think his art was a great substitute from what we've seen from creators like Kafu, who usually render like a more sleek and modern design in terms of some of the fight scenes. Now, some of the trouble in this issue, I think, stem from the second half of the comic book, as we just got to see Peter Parker reflect on so many moments of his life. There were so many double-page spreads of Peter Parker reliving the various tragedies that he's witnessed, over the course of his tenure as a superhero. Even stemming back to before he became a superhero over with Uncle Ben. This is incredibly well-trodden material in terms of the Amazing Spider-Man, and while it's really cool to see this series reference some key stories like, the death of Captain Stacy, I don't really think it's core to this series overall. This is a really interesting comparison to that death issue that Dan Slott did recently. And I think if you read this in the context of probably the full 8 Deaths of Spider-Man, it's going to read a lot better. The most criticism I have to lend towards the book is, I think, some of the final pages here. as Peter Parker just really ends, his emotional exploration of death on a really quick note that isn't able to lend, an interesting reason to come back to the next issue of the series. That being said, I still think a lot of the writing here from Derek Landy is really wonderful. The artwork that Kev Walker lent towards this series is just incredibly expressive and beautiful too. Thankfully, Marvel has us covered this week. They actually came out with a preview of the next issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, so this is issue 66, picking up right where the 8 Deaths of Spider-Man 65-point deaths issue left off. Once again, featuring writing from Justina Ireland. And this time we actually have artwork from Andrea Briccardo that we're going to explore in just a few moments. This issue is also kicking the hornet's nest of Spider-Man's love life and shows him exchanging a kiss over with Felicia Hardy, Black Cat. Peter has had such a rocky relationship with Black Cat over the course of these past few years of Amazing Spider-Man. I think rekindling this relationship at this point is going to be probably not the best idea, especially right now as Peter Parker is deep into his relationship with Shane Markin, which stemmed out of the previous Zeb Wells series over in the comic book too. All right, big thank you over to Adventures in Poor Taste. Also, let's read the solicit on this one before we get any deeper. The 8 Deaths of Spider-Man continues. Spider-Man has been broken and someone needs to pick up the pieces. Maybe an old flame. Now that the champion has fallen, can the universe withstand what comes next? Are there any who can stand in the way of an inevitable God? Nobody except me. Great to see you over on the stream. Nobody except me says, hey, it's been a minute. Ultimate Universe and normal X-Men getting interesting again. I think in terms of the X-Men books right now, I'm very happy with some of the pacing. I really don't think these comic books have let up even since the end of Krakoa. Elsewhere in terms of the Ultimate Universe, I'm pretty positive overall in those series too, outside of some of the outliers like Ultimate Black Panther and Ultimate Spider-Man. I know you've been in these streams so many times here, and I've been banging that drum for a really long time, but let me tell you, it's going to be reinforced as we dive deeper into some of these books. Okay, let's check out ASM 66 here. Once again, we have this incredibly interesting cover featuring Black Cat and Spider-Man embracing each other. And then over on the next page, we have a really interesting peek into some of these scions of Sidorak that were teased throughout so many other issues of The Amazing Spider-Man. We have the twin characters of Calix and Sierra seemingly going up against their master in terms of the Sidorak, as these characters are actually featured across the Sidorak throne room. And curiously enough, it looks like the main character is actually their father. Let me read some of the dialogue between these characters here. Father, did you see that nonsense? Calix, who had already lost his challenge, interfered in the fight of Sierra, O great Father Sidorak. Father, I defeated their champion, did you not see? When I read some of the dynamics of these characters, it really is kind of similar to what we've seen with the character of Darkseid and some of his minions in terms of DC Comics. I think this series is quite interesting to explore under that lens. Also, the composition on this page from Andrea Briccardo is just absolutely amazing. Some of these facial expressions are definitely less detailed than what we've seen from artists like Kafu over on previous issues of the comic book. But I just think the composition leads so much just natural curiosity to the issue too. And I love the fact that we're teasing off some future scions that Peter Parker is going to go up against in some upcoming issues here. And then we head directly over to Manhattan and once again pick up on Peter Parker, who's still incredibly dejected from so many of the sights that he saw from the recent scions. I like the fact that Peter Parker isn't over some of his malaise in the course of one issue of the 8 Deaths of Spider-Man, and that almost like 2 issues later, he is still reeling from some of those events and is going to really need to be like spring-ponged into action later on over the course of the series here. This is also just a great composition here from Andrea Briccardo. I think having Peter really high on the rooftops of Manhattan just showcases the interesting architecture of the city in a really visceral way. Then on the next page, we can see Peter Parker checking in with the Robertsons and also getting a hold on some of his complicated character relationships. It looks like some of what Peter's seen in previous Amazing Spider Man issues is also affecting some of his dialogue between these various characters, as after he's seen these death scenes, he continues to relive them in spite of his emotional PTSD. So I really think some of the underpinning in this issue that Derek Landy established so well in the 65-point deaths issue is reinforced really nicely here from Justina Ireland. Also, how interesting too is this page composition where we have, it looks like one half of it showcasing Peter Parker eating pizza on a roof. And on the second half of the page here, we have Peter Parker reliving the deaths of his supporting cast characters. Finally, we have some of these scions of Sidorak and Doctor Strange talking about Peter Parker, teasing the fact that he may be coming into action sooner or later. Let's go ahead and explore some of their dialogue. Sira says, "This human is nothing like you, Strange. He never truly attacked me and he never gave up." Strange responds, "This is why you asked for my help, Sira. Yes, let me finish. When we fought you, you would detach. This champion grieved each life, those he had never met. Irritating." And Strange says that is one word for him. It's really interesting to see how much detail is lent towards Doctor Strange face in this panel, as opposed to Sira over the course of the comic book. Also, just continuing our trend of beautiful page layouts. I don't think this issue is any exception here. I think it's quite curious how it showcases Peter Parker giving an interesting gaze towards the camera. I think you really get the sense that some of his dialogue in the narration written here in terms of the captions bring out some additional characterization. Plus, I love the subtle fact that Peter Parker is standing here on the side of the building, and in the next panel, he's just completely vanished here. So it seems like there's a lot of interesting subtext in terms of some of the individual pieces of movement over the page and in terms of the overall compositions here. I think we have some really fascinating stuff in the future of Amazing Spider-Man. Very excited to see how this 8 Deaths of Spider-Man story winds down. I believe we're kind of headed towards the second half of the comic book, and I believe we only have about 4 to 5 issues left, showcasing Peter just fighting the rest of these Scions overall here. So really confident stuff. Very, very excited to see, how this ends and how Joe Kelly begins his next arc overall in the series. Let's see. There we go. Okay, let's see what's up next. Afro SF, also fantastic to have you on the stream. Sorry I'm late. We'll watch the beginning on playback. Exceptional X-Men is my only essential X-Men book to buy. You know what? To be honest, that kind of breaks my heart a little bit because I am having so much fun with X-Men and Exceptional X-Men. I think in terms of the Raid on Grey Malkin series, watching how these two comic books intersected was such a joy. I think we've made 2 videos out of Raid on Grey Malkin, and just the duality of Rogue and Cyclops teams intersecting with each other at various moments throughout one storyline was such a compelling story hook for me. It really just pulled me deeper and deeper into the franchise. Plus, I think the new antagonist of Dr. Karina Ellis was just introduced to comic book readers in such a novel and visceral way. When readers first picked up like that free comic book day issue that introduced her, I don't even think they really knew that the Xavier Institute was being remodeled into the Grey Malkin prison over for the X-Men. Plus, in that issue, we also saw the first appearance, I believe, of Captain Ezra and Philip Scurvy. So readers were introduced to Dr. Ellis even before From the Ashes launched way back in May. And then all of these elements intersected with Rogue and Cyclops' teams here. And the reason why we're going into so much depth about Uncanny X-Men is because we are actually going to talk about the next issue of the series coming in right after Raid on Grey Malkin. This is issue 9 of the comic book, featuring some of these new Outliers characters. We have Calico, Ransom, Death Dream, and Jitter, as well as these really interesting Sentinels that we're going to explore over the course of this one. While this issue features our usual creative team of Gail Simone, it actually shakes up the art duties here by tapping on Andre Bresson, who I'm really not familiar in terms of Marvel's art, but definitely lends some really interesting stylized artwork over the course of the series. Let's go ahead and check it out here. By the way, I don't know if we've mentioned it over the course of our stream yet, but huge, just gargantuan thank you to Adventures in Poor Taste, which does such a wonderful job compiling each and all of this comic book news each and every month. This is Uncanny X-Men 9. The Outliers, still finding their place among the mutant world, are hunted by a lethal new set of foes. A bloodthirsty, relentless, and unstoppable pack of stealth sentinels. Cut off from their mentors and allies, with no knowledge of who built or aimed these deadly drones, 4 untrained mutants are on the run and completely unprepared for the violent hunters making them their prey. So we got a tease of some of these Sentinel characters towards, I believe, the end of Great on Grey Malkin, but I don't think we got to see a ton of, back and forth in terms of the conflict between these characters. So we're going to learn a little bit more about their origins here and just explore some of the other villains which may be related to Dr. Karina Ellis stemming from the Raid on Grey Malkin as well. So very interesting that even though Dr. Ellis has finished her initial fight against the mutants, she is still out there. There's still something lingering in the background, and her full onslaught of mutants isn't even finished yet. Let's read off our full creative team on Uncanny X-Men 9. We have, in addition to Simone and Bresson, we have colors from Matthew Wilson, letters from VC's Clayton Cowles, and that cover was illustrated by David Marquez and Matthew Wilson. It definitely looked like David Marquez. I could tell from some of the facial expressions, especially as it extended over to the character of Jitter. Okay, so on this first page, we have the son of Mr. Trask talking to an investor of some of the curious Sentinel characters. Also, these figures are in the abandoned Morlock tunnels deep below the Grey Malkin prison. So this is a really tense and heated exchange between, some of these characters who are talking about maybe funding Dr. Ellis's operations, which curiously enough is also how the Raid on Grey Malkin series started, when Beast woke up to Dr. Ellis talking to a potential investor of some of the Raid on Grey Malkin materials here. Also, Dr. Ellis has explored her finances as well in Uncanny X-Men 35, as she takes on that 10-figure deal to assault some of the mutant characters too. Let's go ahead and see what Trask's son has to say here. He said, "It's an honor for you to visit us here, Your Eminence. It's an honor to host someone who is such a strong financial supporter of my father's work." And of course, the Eminence corrects Mr. Trask and says, "Former supporter, I told you." Also, I think this next panel is one of the most interesting on the page, as there's a reference to the fact that the Sentinels used to be so big and so large before, and the reason why they were so big was really to give a message over to the mutants that the humans would not tolerate them any longer. And now, this sort of a next breed of Sentinels really needs like a sleek and more modern design here that we're going to see in terms of these Wolfpack characters on the next couple pages. Also, I really want to highlight the fact that this is such a different artistic vision in terms of Uncanny X-Men. This is like as far away from David Marquez as you can possibly get, especially as showcased, I believe, on this fourth panel with, Mr. Trask just having this really big and bold forehead and this really tense facial expression that brings out so much animosity, which is much different than how David Marquez would have illustrated this page. I love some of the blink negative space and just how much tension it draws towards the overall issue too. On the next page, we get the introduction of the brand new Sentinel figure. Let's go ahead and explore how these two figures are talking about this really visceral death machine here. These are actually made here, on site from augmented stray and unhoused dogs. So you can see that, these figures are genetically modifying like organic animals. That is absolutely horrifying and something I would honestly expect, one of these incredibly heinous X-Men villains to do here. In fact, Trask even sums this up and makes it a little bit easier to read. He states, "It's basically Weapon X for your dogs, Your Eminence." And then we finally get the Sentinel emerging out of this chamber, going up against this really terrified figure as well. This page really introduces a lot of violence towards Uncanny X-Men 9, and it's able to tap into Andre Bresson's art in a more violent context. I think he lends a ton of tragedy to this series as we get to see this sort of innocent bystander character. Well, I mean, how innocent could he possibly be given that he's in this location with the rest of these characters like Trask? But there's still a sense of tragedy in watching him just be like dismembered and really get into a violent situation so early on over the course of the comic book. So it looks like Trask has really lost control of these Sentinels early on over the course of the issue too. Then in this final page, we get to see some of these Sentinels just absolutely tearing up the body of this bystander character. Let's read some of the Financer and Mr. Trask's last words here as we phase out of this Uncanny X-Men preview. Okay, first, this is on me. I was too eager for you to see the prototypes, that's all. Obviously, we haven't worked out all the bugs, and what you see here is just beta mode. And we see the other character saying, Trask, how soon can you deliver 4 dozen units? So we've already seen the fact that these figures aren't working very well. They're incredibly violent. But this other character is really looking to order as many as he can as soon as possible. I think this is a really interesting way to highlight just how violent some of these other human figures are willing to get towards the rest of these mutant characters. Also, the composition on this page in terms of Bresson's art is really fascinating. Watching him showcase this Sentinel, with this human hand in his mouth is just so violent. And the way that these 2 panels featuring the conversation between Trask and the other character are, implemented in smaller panels, I think does a great way to just tease out as much tension here as humanly possible. So once again, really interesting and violent stuff. I'm really liking Andre Bresson's artwork in terms of Uncanny X-Men 9. And I'm just also, as all the other previews here, I'm very excited for the future of this comic book series. It looks like Uncanny X-Men is getting really, really ambitious in terms of the plotting. And honestly, I think this series would do incredibly well in giving more characterization towards the outliers. And I love the fact that that's exactly where this series is headed here in the near future. Okay, let's see what's up next here. All right, next up we have the really interesting Phoenix issue 7. This is such a wonderful comic book series featuring Jean Grey heading out to space, doing battle with so many of her adversaries. And the villains in terms of the Phoenix comic book keep piling on here, as currently Phoenix is trying to locate the character of Thanos and Parakis, an older Thor villain, as these characters are now in possession of the Warlock's Eye here, also stemming from some of the other subtext of this Phoenix series. Over the course of the first issue, we got to see the villainous Adani set up as a foil over for Phoenix, who has a really close relationship with Parakis. It's also quite interesting to note how the rest of outer space is sort of reacting to Parakis' really strong grip in terms of the Phoenix character too. So there's so many interesting cosmic elements stemming out of this current Phoenix series. I think some of the writing here from Stephanie Phillips has been really, really interesting, and I'm curious to see what kind of artwork we're going to see from the new artist of the series, Marco Reina, as well. Also, just how wonderful is this cover here, showcasing, Jean Grey really ripping Thanos' mind apart in terms of the series. Big thank you to Adventures in Poor Taste. Let's go ahead and explore the solicit of the issue. Empowered by dark enchantments and working in concert with evil machinations of the dark gods, the Mad Titan Thanos wields great galaxy-wrecking power. Now he seeks it to destroy the Phoenix, but with Captain Marvel, Nova, Sif, and Rocket Raccoon at her side, Jean Grey is ready to unleash some power of her own. Let's explore our full creative team here. In addition to Phillips and Reyna, we have colors from David Curiel, letters from VC's Corey Petit, and a cover from Yasmin Putri. So here's our first interior page coming in from Marco Reyna. I definitely think that some of these facial expressions are lacking a little bit of detail. However, the composition of the page is really nice, and I'm loving how just each of these characters have a lot of interesting positioning between them as well. We can see these characters are currently headed over in a spaceship, and they're all searching for this Warlock's Eye that the character of Thanos is currently in possession of. I'm also really liking some of the members of this cast here. We have figures like Captain Marvel and Nova, who are incredibly familiar with outer space, alongside Rocket Raccoon. And I feel like the wild card over the course of this series is definitely Sif, who's just a really interesting character to get alongside some of the other heroes. Let's explore some of her dialogue here. It's called the Warlock's Eye, a weapon that grants the wielder powerful mind control abilities. It was under Asgardian protection until recently. I swore not to leave my post at the Bifrost, but if Thanos is using the Warlock's Eye to solidify his control of the galaxy, he's even more dangerous than normal. And we can see Nova interrupting Sif's speech before she's even ready to finish, saying, "Please, I just need a break, Jean. I'm sorry." To which Rocket Raccoon is able to implement a lot more, just really fascinating speech. I'm loving the fact that Phillips is able to introduce an interesting team dynamic among some of these characters. Also, I'm very curious to see Rocket Raccoon engaging in conversation that's a little bit farther outside of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I think combining such like an interesting team of cosmic-oriented heroes lends a slightly different perspective on this issue of Phoenix, and something that I'm personally a little bit more interested too. Also, I think Jean has really operated solo over the course of her ongoing series, so watching her take on just so many other relationships in her quest for the Warlock's Eye makes this comic book quite interesting here. I want to read this dialogue exchange as Jean Grey really features a reason as to why she's recruited this team of characters. She says, "Rocket, we need your technical expertise. Thanos might be communicating telepathically, but his general, the Black Order, aren't. Nova, you have more knowledge of the cosmos than anyone I've met. Sif, we need your understanding of Asgardian history and your sword in equal measure. And Carol, beyond your incredible powers, you are the best tactician I've ever met." So there you go. We have a really strong reason as to why Jean recruited this member of cosmic oddball heroes in terms of her pursuit of Thanos. Also, on this final panel, we get just a couple more interesting dialogue exchanges about where this team of heroes is going to go next in order to seize the Warlock's Eye. Let's explore this final burst of dialogue between Captain Marvel and Jean. Captain Marvel opens it by saying, "And we can't get the eye unless we find Thanos," to which Jean responds, "There's only one more option, someone who might be able to tell us where Thanos is," to which she says no, and Jean says her name is Adani. So Adani is the figure that grew to hate the Phoenix so much over the course of the first issue because she believes that the Phoenix characters just ravaged her homeland and just did so much horrible things towards her, which ultimately isn't true, as the character of Paracus was really the one to ravage so many elements of her homeland and take out her family. But she's sort of been introduced to this idea at such a young age and is just diametrically opposed to the Phoenix at this point. Really quickly, I want to comment on the artwork a little bit. I think some of these facial expressions are definitely lacking some detail. However, I love the fact that these characters are emoting on each and every panel and have just such interesting poses and stances here, especially in this third page as Jean is really considering her options. And then in the fourth panel, we get some of her dejected emotions towards finding the really dangerous and mysterious Adani figure too. Overall here, I think this Phoenix book has had a great sense of ambition in terms of some of these solo female-led X-Men comics. lately I've been finding that some of these titles are kind of hit and miss here. Like I think the Psylocke series definitely needs to do more to really lock me in and engage me in terms of that comic book. Also, the Laura Kinney Wolverine comic book, it definitely has some good ideas, but I'm definitely not as drawn into the narrative as I really could be. Thankfully, though, I think the winners out of these solo female led X Men books are Phoenix. And boy, that first issue of Magic from Ashley Allen and German Peralta was amazing. I thought it's just so much of the artwork from German Peralta was really dark and mysterious over the course of that issue. And Ashley Allen had a really strong characterization in terms of magic, even drawing a lot of animosity, curiously enough, between her and Cyclops of the X-Men over time. So definitely, if you're enjoying some of these X-Men series and you want to get even deeper into the franchise, I think Phoenix and Magic are some of the best solo-led female X-Men series you can read to date so far. Leonard McFarland, good to have you in chat. He says, I didn't like art in X-Men 8. When is Marquez coming back? Oh, you know what? I think, did you mean Uncanny X-Men 8? I believe it was Javier Guerin. Let's see if I'm right. Uncanny X-Men 8. Yes, I believe I was right. So Uncanny X-Men 8 did have artwork from Javier Guerin. Man, his work is so beautiful. I think Javier Guerin's page layouts are so incredibly ambitious. And yeah, let's check actually when David Marquez is heading back to Uncanny X-Men as a series. I'm curious about that too. I know his artwork is so detailed that it's probably really hard to produce on a monthly book. And I think even despite the fact that we've gotten some fill-ins over the past few issues, I think Marvel has done a good job, featuring some really dynamic and strong artists. Okay, give me 1 second here. Let's explore the future of Uncanny X-Men in terms of the artwork. This is issue 10 of the series. As you can tell, this one has a David Marquez cover. We see some of the X-Men and Outliers characters going up against the Sentinels. However, it looks like this one also has artwork from Andre Bresson. So it looks like David Marquez isn't coming back to the series anytime soon. Let's see here. Issue 11 looks like is a tie-in to the X-Manhunt crossover featuring Professor Xavier. And it looks like this one, once again here, isn't featuring David Marquez. We have Javier Guerin headed back to the series. Honestly, I think it's actually really cool that Javier Guerin is illustrating this specific comic book of X-Men because he is really good at facial expressions and making just really simple character interactions look really big and bombastic. So I think that's a really great idea in terms of Marvel's editorial. Let's see what the next issue is. Man, Leonard McFarland, it looks like you're going to have to wait a really long time here. Issue 12, I'm thinking puts the spotlight over on Gambit and actually features artwork from Gavin Guidry. Let's see what else Gavin Guidry, excuse me. Let's see what else Gavin Guidry has illustrated over at Marvel Comics. He did an issue of Immortal Thor, chapter 19, which came out this past week. And he had, it looks like some pages over in the Sensational She-Hulk from Rainbow Rowell. Okay, and it looks like that is everything Marvel Comics has solicited in terms of the X-Men. So we are still waiting on a return from David Marquez, the main artist on the series. But let's face it here, if the fill-ins are Andre Bresson, Gavin Guidry, and Javier Guerin, I am definitely not complaining. I love seeing other people's interpretation of the X-Men, and right now I think that Javier Guerin is probably one of my top 5 artists over at Marvel Comics. All right, let's see what's next here. Okay, I want to talk incredibly briefly about this last week's issue of Exceptional X-Men. We already talked a bit about it in our introduction here. Per usual, this comic book is coming in from writing from Al Ewing with artwork from Carmen Carnero, and it really features some of these brand new X-Men characters coming to grips with their new revelation that Kitty has actually murdered a lot of people very, very recently towards the end of Krakoa. For Kitty, it really felt like this was a necessity in some points, as the really incredibly violent Hellfire Gala really saw so many of her fellow X-Men pass away, and Kitty was in this position where she had to take out some of the Orchis soldiers in order to secure some of her freedom. But as we saw towards the end of X-Men 25 and the end of Jerry Duggan's X-Men run, I think Kitty probably took that too far and just ended up dismembering so many of those Orchis agents who, also have families and have just been misguided by some of their own ambitions. Kitty actually takes a few moments to reflect on that over the course of the first couple pages of Exceptional X-Men and really laser focuses on some of her time over in Kyoto, Japan, I believe. There was a lot of really strong characterization over the course of these first couple pages, and this all segued into the cliffhanger from last issue that saw the character of Tao Melee try and quit the Exceptional X-Men after she gets this revelation about Kitty's more violent past. However, this is actually where I start to, have some hesitation towards Exceptional X-Men because I really thought that writer Eve Ewing hit this character beat way too strong. I was really disappointed to see just how melodramatic that some of Tao's interactions got with the rest of the X-Men characters, and then we got yet another issue that took our newer X-Men characters away from Kitty Pryde and just laser focused in on some of Tao's relationships with others, like her cousin Ellie, as well as the rest of the characters that she goes to school with. So at this point, in terms of Exceptional X-Men, I really want to see these characters come together and fight, some of their fellow X-Men villains together with these other teams. I'd really like to see the Exceptional X-Men fight alongside the main Uncanny X-Men and X-Men characters too in the near future. Thankfully, though, over the course of this issue, I believe Tao put some of her reservations aside, especially when some of the rest of her fellow X-Men really tell her that she's a little bit cold in terms of some of her character interactions. There's also this curious app that's teased to extinguish some mutants that was teased over the course of previous issues, reintroduced over to this issue of Exceptional X-Men. So I'm quite fascinated to see where that's going to go. Also, per usual, Carmen Carnero is really good at illustrating these facial expressions for characters who are mad at each other and, have a lot of that tense, visceral energy. Overall, I feel like this issue of Exceptional X-Men was more transitional and will hopefully get us towards where we want to be. I did see that in a future issue of Exceptional X-Men, the character of Axo, Alex, looks like he may have a run-in with Mr. Sinister. So even though this is a sort of low-concept issue, it seems like Exceptional X-Men is really going to change here in the very near future and get a lot more ambitious in terms of the plotting. Hopefully, by grounding more of these characters in terms of reality, it's going to pay off when these scenarios get really strange and really, really fascinating. Also, there's been a lot of great subtext here from Eve Ewing writing her relationship between Kitty and Emma Frost over the course of this book. Kitty usually sees Emma as an adversary, but later on in this particular issue, Kitty is able to lean on Emma and actually just enjoy the fact that she's shepherding this brand new mutants, this brand new team of X-Men alongside her as well. So overall here, really, really phenomenal stuff in terms of Exceptional X-Men, in terms of some of the elements of artwork and characterization. I just love to see this series get more ambitious, which looks like that's exactly what it's going to do here in the very, very near future. AfroSF says, I think this story arc is just the team coming together. Yeah, you are absolutely right. But I do think it's kind of interesting to compare where Exceptional X-Men is in terms of X-Men and Uncanny X-Men, because those series have just done such a good job, really speeding up the plot in such a short amount of time. I do realize that Uncanny X-Men and X-Men are both shipping a little bit faster. And as we get into Raid on Grey Malkin, each of those series are in their 7th and 8th chapters. But, I mean, this one isn't that far away. It's only at issue 5. And I don't think the X-Men, the exceptional X-Men being, I don't think they have a super clear antagonist yet. Whereas, both of those books already did at that point. With the X-Men series not only battling with Dr. Ellis, but also the mysterious 3K group and Uncanny X-Men fighting so viscerally against Sarah Gaunt and Dr. Ellis. But of course, to be fair, I think Exceptional X-Men probably has more in-depth plotting, or not plotting, but character interactions. I think Exceptional X-Men probably has more in-depth characterization than either of those series, which definitely gives it other strengths aside from that. Very interesting conversation about these X-Men books. I feel like each of them are headed in the right direction. Exceptional X-Men just may need to take a little bit more time to really get going as opposed to these other series. All right, I am going to go ahead and talk about our next story in just a few moments. Very, very excited about this next news story. I feel like my opinion actually might differ from yours quite substantially. Okay, let's get into it here. All right, our next issue here is none other than Ultimate Wolverine issue 1. This shipped this past Wednesday at Marvel Comics here, and it was pretty important. This is one of the brand new Ultimate series. As we mentioned earlier, there aren't that many comic books in the line right now, so introducing a brand new one with a really familiar X-Men intellectual property like Wolverine is a really, really big deal. This one is written over from Chris Condon, who I'm also not super familiar with. In some of my previous research of Condon, I really found that he's written some independent comics. So I think that's a really great way for Marvel to seize on some new talent here and put them on a really big and important book in terms of Marvel's publishing. Also, I can never say enough good things about Alessandro Cappuccio. His work with Jed MacKay on Moon Knight just really brought me so deep into that series. There were so many times where I fell out of Moon Knight, and just seeing that really interesting noir sensibility from Cappuccio just drew me back into the comic book. So we can go ahead and start there. Cappuccio illustrated this cover, and I think it's a great showcase of some of the interiors that you can see within Ultimate Wolverine. There's so much gray and black within the course of the issue, and I think it lends so much towards the subtext of Wolverine's really frayed psyche over the course of the issue. One thing that definitely really holds me at a distance from Ultimate Wolverine is the fact that it's so focused on Wolverine's field mission over the course of the issue here. I was really hoping that this comic book would be able to explore more of the Maker's Council, especially as we have such an interesting trio really taking hold over the Ultimate Wolverine Winter Soldier character. We have Magic, Omega Red, and I believe the character of Colossus, who are really stemming as the royalty for this particular territory of the Maker's Council. And also the fact that Wolverine has this interesting relationship with the Maker too lends so much interesting subtext to the back of this comic book. Some of those elements were explored in a few pages, especially talking about the Ultimate Wolverine's birth and the ultimate version of the Weapon X program, but it was such an ancillary plot thread over the course of the issue, and so much of the meat here was really dedicated to Ultimate Wolverine going on his field mission, engaging in just some really heinous acts of violence. I don't want to spoil who Ultimate Wolverine dispatches over the course of the issue, but it's two incredibly prominent mutants who've been such big players over the Krakoan era that I'm really interested to see if Marvel really took these figures off the board in terms of their Ultimate line. I feel like the Ultimate series probably could use these particular characters in different instances and different concepts here, and just removing them entirely in the second half of a comic book issue doesn't feel like the best direction to me. Also, as we mentioned earlier, I feel like there's so much political tension that the underpinnings of Chris Condon's script could have explored. I would love to see, the maker have a much stronger presence over the course of this first issue. It does seem, however, like there's been some really strong fan reception over to this comic book. I feel like people really like watching Wolverine head into some of these violent scenarios, as opposed to me, who enjoys more of like a thinking man script or more political tension really explored over the course of the book. So, those are some of my initial thoughts over on Ultimate Wolverine. If anybody has different ideas, very curious to see you explore some of those over in chat. Also, it looks like Marvel Comics gave me a little bit more of what I wanted here too in the brand new preview of Ultimate Wolverine issue 2. So let's go ahead and explore this one right now. It looks like we have a tease at Wolverine potentially coming to blows over with Colossus. As you can see here from the cover alone, this comic book has already given me exactly what I'm looking for here. Very curious to check out some of these interiors. And I think this is a really novel way, too, to utilize Capuccio's artwork with Wolverine reflecting so violently off of Colossus's metal here. Marvel First Look Ultimate Wolverine 2. The Maker's Council and their ultimate weapon. Colossus, Omega Red, and Magic put the Ultimate Wolverine to the test by seeing how well he handles the opposition, a group fighting for mutant liberation. So here you go. From the opening page, we already get introduced to the Maker lighting a mysterious match in terms of this room, which actually features a picture of Ultimate Wolverine utilized here as the Winter Soldier. And then the Maker actually runs out of the house here and just walks out with his arms folded behind his back like, a definitely certified badass here. So really beautiful composition in terms of Cappuccio and what he's lending towards the page. On the next series, it looks like we have Wolverine yet on another field mission here. Once again, I'm loving just all the really dark, violent backgrounds here and some of those big facial expressions. But watching Wolverine go on yet another mission here, I don't think explores really what I'm particularly looking for from the overall course of the book. AfroSF says, I think Ultimate Wolverine is satisfying the fanboys who were upset about Ultimate X-Men. You know what? That is a really interesting point to make. Ultimate X-Men has been so focused in on these younger characters in Japan with figures like, like we have May Storm and Armor and some of these other characters who are really just young girls establishing their relationships with each other. While on the opposite side of the world, we have Wolverine fighting on these really deadly and violent field missions here. That's a really interesting comparison to bring to the series here, AfroSF. Here you go. I mean, this next page, once again here, this is exactly what I'm looking for. We have some political tension between Magic, Omega Red, and Colossus, as it looks like they're dispatching this figure who might be a part of their operation here in terms of their portion of the Marvel Universe at large. Really beautiful page with a lot of movement here from Cappuccio. This sort of canted angle introduced in the second panel, I think, draws a lot of tension towards the comic book too. Finally, here on this last page of our preview, we have Colossus bringing Wolverine, really bringing him like in a chokehold, suspended over in air, and just throwing him with a very violent alternate version of the fastball special that we can see. I'm loving some of these facial expressions, and I also think there's a little bit more tension in some of this exchange too. Maybe Wolverine is pushing back against Colossus in this sequence, which is leading towards, the next story development over the course of Ultimate Wolverine. So I'm really thinking that this series is probably course correcting due to this really fascinating preview here. Already, I am loving so much of Cappuccio's artwork and details, and just really hoping that in the near future, we're going to get a lot, more characterization between the relationship between, the Maker, Magic, Omega Red, and the Ultimate Wolverine, and of course, Colossus as well. Okay, so that is our first look over at Ultimate Wolverine issue 2, and Ultimate Wolverine in general here. Let's see. Give me just a few moments. I'm going to bring up our next round of news stories. Man, there's a lot of news coming in from Marvel this week. I think we said this earlier in the stream, but I can definitely tell at this point that Marvel is getting ready to launch their new slate of solicits. We're probably only a couple days away. I really want to look at this new month of X-Men books in particular because I believe the X-Men Hunt crossover is going to be finished. So we're finally going to get like a different look, a different trade dress in terms of some of these issues. I'm curious if the X-Men are going to be headed towards another crossover or what we're going to see in terms of them battling the 3K group. All right. Okay, I think right now it's time to talk about probably one of the most controversial issues in terms of my enjoyment of this past week's book of comic book releases here, and that was none other than Storm issue 4. I expected that I would really enjoy this series. I really wanted to like this series, but I think this issue in particular definitely held the ongoing Storm comic book back from greatness a little bit. I want to explore right now with what's going on with the underpinning of Storm and where she's headed in the near future. So previously, over the course of this Storm comic book, Storm was actually on the brink of death here and was trying to find ways to, really get her resurrected and really cure her of her illness. She ended up having a conversation with the mysterious Dr. Voodoo, who actually made a deal with the character of Egan, stating that if Storm was really able to just put her powers away for a few days, that she was going to be healed of her mutant condition. However, the character of Doctor Doom actually summoned Storm to his chambers over in Latveria for a dinner to discuss some of the future of her role in terms of, Doctor Doom's brand new alliance here. We can see that Doctor Doom has a mysterious coat behind his back and has recently been crowned as the new Sorcerer Supreme in terms of the Marvel Universe. Storm and Doctor Doom have had so many really tense dinners with each other over the course of Marvel Comics, which was explored really nicely in a recent Marvel Comics piece, and also towards a very recent issue of X-Men Red that read incredibly well too. In this series here, Storm is actually shuttered over to Latveria from a bird dispatched over from Doctor Doom, and then gets ready to have an incredibly tense meal with, the new Sorcerer Supreme himself. There's incredibly beautiful artwork in this comic book from Lucas Werneck. He's still one of my favorite artists, and I think so much of what he accomplished from Exceptional X-Men echoes really nicely in terms of this Storm book. There's incredibly lavish page layouts, really strong character interactions, and just beautiful facial expressions from Storm lent across this book. I don't think there's any detail that's missed over the course of Wernick's art in this series here. This all leads to a super tense exchange with Doctor Doom and Storm, and I don't want to give away too much about where this comic book ends in terms of the cliffhanger, but it is an ambitious and maybe, misaligned idea that Storm finds herself in towards the end of this comic book. Storm's death lingers across this series too, as if she does use her powers, then, she is at risk of being put to death by this mysterious Egan character, this ancient figure who's been teased throughout so many of Storm's recent comic book series. And if you really are able to just grasp some of the subtext that we've been trying to introduce, Storm is putting herself in a really violent scenario by facing Doctor Doom head on. Doctor Doom is an incredibly powerful mutant villain in terms of the Marvel Universe, and you would think Storm would take a few more precautions or, repercussions here before she would go visit one of her biggest, foes over the course of the series. So I was definitely a little bit disappointed to see Storm, not prepare or plan more efficiently, You know, at one point, Storm was in a relationship with Black Panther. Black Panther is such a big planner. You would think, you know, Storm would adapt and take on some of those elements from him too. But maybe she is a more impulsive character, wow, which is a really interesting idea to explore. So I would really encourage you to check out this issue of Storm for yourself here. It does have some big elements of continuity, and it does have really solid artwork and just great dialogue between Storm and Doom as well. It's just the overall plotting that I'm really not sure of over the course of this book. And I do think there's a lot of melodrama too, in terms of each issue of the series focusing so strongly on, Storm's like underpinning death as well. I would love this comic book maybe in the future to have a greater sense of whimsy and to establish the stakes a little bit more strongly across each and every issue. Thankfully, though, very similar to Ultimate Wolverine, Marvel Comics actually has a preview for the future of Storm. Let's go ahead and check out this piece published over from Marvel on January 17th, just yesterday here. This is a preview of the next chapter, Storm Issue 5. The Eternal Storm and Doctor Doom rattle the skies in Storm Issue 5 sneak peek. Witness Aurora Monroe transform into the Eternal Storm as she battles the Sorcerer Supreme in Storm Issue 5, available February 19th. From intimate dinner table conversations to spectacular battlefield showdowns, Storm and Doctor Doom have a complicated relationship to say the least. In Storm 4 by Murewa Ayodele and Lucas Werneck, the new Sorcerer Supreme invited Earth's mightiest mutant to dinner at his castle in Latveria. On the menu for tonight's festivities, gumbo and an offer to make Storm Latveria's mutant ambassador. You know, I don't think that was communicated really clearly in terms of some of the dialogue exchanges. And also, this probably leads towards a bigger issue with Storm as well. In the first issue, I believe Storm was actually going to run for Congress. And once again, I don't think this idea was communicated super clearly in terms of Storm's speech here. So I definitely think it's a little bit hard to follow this Storm series with some of the greater ideas being lost and just the dialogue introducing other ideas. However, Aurora recognized this for the power play that it was. Doom had no interest in mutant kind itself and merely saw an opportunity to make some powerful allies as he finalized his plans for global conquest in One World Under Doom. With Desert Distance in the rear view, the two titans will clash in Storm 5 by Ayodele and Werneck. The preview for Storm 5 opens with the Eternal Storm confronts Egan, the powerful spirit that cured Aurora's radiation poisoning at high cost. With her cosmic abilities, Storm defeats the powerful entity before turning her attention to her host, Victor Von Doom. The Sorcerer Supreme and the Eternal Storm then rattle the skies in a song of fire, ice, lightning, and magic. Witness the rise of the Eternal Storm in the sneak peek for Storm Issue 5 below. So Storm 5 still written by Murewa Ayodele, artwork from Lucas Werneck, and a cover from Matheus Manhanini. First of all, let's check out that cover from Matheus Manhanini. Okay, so here is the cover over on Storm 5. Manhanini previously drew some of the Gods covers at Marvel Comics. I love just his color palette and the really interesting ways he draws the expressions for these characters. And now we have some of the interior pages over for Storm 5, where we can see Storm going face-to-face with the character of Egan. Man, this is a really dynamic page from Lucas Werneck. We've seen a lot of really great compositions, but this one in particular I think really stands out to me in terms of just the amount of panels it brings towards the page. I'm loving the mystic elements of a Storm that this book is getting into too. It feels like this series is kind of taking a cue from recent Scarlet Witch comics and is exploring an even more different side of Storm. That being said, though, I hope moving forward that this comic book is able to stay cohesive as it takes on more and more plot threads. And then here is a look at the big showdown between Doctor Doom and Storm that we see on that was really teased in the last issue of the core series. I'm loving just so much of the detail that Wernick has been able to implement to this series, as we can clearly see the location of Latveria reflected in the background of the setting here also. We have another page just littered with panels from Lucas Wernick, but they're all drawn with an incredible level of precision. Very cool to see Storm as the Eternal Storm go up against Doctor Doom and have such a big and bold fight with this figure. Looks like we see some of the Doombots coming in the background, with Storm freezing a ton of these characters with just a simple snap of her fingers. Okay, there we go. That is a preview of Storm issue 5. However, Marvel Comics didn't even stop there. They actually also introduced a cover of issue 7, which is a huge issue of this series that's set to celebrate Storm's 50th anniversary. Let's go ahead and check out the very far future of the Storm ongoing series as well. Storm's 50th anniversary gathers the Thunder Gods in Storm 7. Man, this was published a little bit earlier in the week, curiously enough, on January 16th. This April, Mirella Ayadelli and Luciano Vecchio celebrate 50 years of Earth's Mightiest Mutant in Storm 7, a special issue that pits Storm against the pantheon of Thunder Gods. So quite interesting how Marvel is sort of phasing out the artist of, the artist of Lucas Wernick, and then we're getting Luciano Vecchio illustrating the 7th chapter of Storm. It's Storm's 50th anniversary, and the iconic X-Men has never been more electrifying. Over the last year, she's joined the Avengers and launched a new solo series. Later this month, her legacy will be celebrated by all-star creators in Storm Life Dream. This April, the character's mighty new era, which will reach another peak in Storm issue 7. This upcoming issue of Mirella Ayadelli and Lucas Wernick's acclaimed ongoing series will mark Storm's milestone by assembling the Thunder Gods. The elements will rage as Storm's own divine skills are put to the test in a breathtaking battle. The issue will be drawn by guest artist Luciano Vecchio, who used his Omega-level talent to craft many new designs worthy of these legendary deities. Okay, let's get some of these new Thunder Gods on the screen here. Serpents, Salamanders, and Storm Gods 50th anniversary issue. 50 years ago, Aurora Monroe made her debut in Giant Size X-Men 1, thundering her way into our hearts. On this day in her very own solo series, she will host a mix of debuts, reinventions, and guest appearances of 5 legendary Thunder Gods: Thor, Chak, Songo, Memoragan, and Susanoo. But first, a mission to Brazil goes horribly wrong. How much can our hero endure? Frankly, in terms of Storm, this book has done just a really exceptional job actually featuring Storm go to so many different locations. I believe she was previously over in Arizona, and now she headed to Latveria. Now, in the near future, she is headed over to Brazil. So much of X-Men's From the Ashes line has done a pretty tremendous job just really featuring these characters headed across the globe in so many different places, as the exceptional X-Men are currently located out of Chicago, and Cyclops' main team of X-Men is featured over in Alaska. Okay, so this 7th issue of Storm is on sale over in April, and we've already explored the creative team here. Let's go ahead and see what Mirella Ayadelli, the writer of Storm, has to say about this upcoming issue. Creative giants Len Wein and Dave Cockrum changed Marvel and the mutant landscape with Giant Size X-Men 1. This year we'll do the same with Storm 7. Bold words, I know. That's because I've read the illustrated issue. Okay, so it looks like Mirella Ayadelli is teasing some big revelations in terms of this upcoming Storm comic. For the past 5 decades of publication, Storm has been an X-Men, a Wakandan, Fantastic Four member, Avenger, and so much more. As she steps into this new phase of her life, her role morphs into becoming one with the Marvel Universe as she faces soul-crushing cosmic labors to protect all we hold dear. But first, a brutal brawl with thunder deities from powerful pantheons. And, Morebo Ayadeli talked about how he's read the illustrated issue. He must be writing this series pretty far in advance, and we actually have a look at Luciano Vecchio's interiors. So here's a look at an interior page from the wonderful Luciano Vecchio, who contributed some really beautiful stuff towards the end of Marvel's Krakoan line. I approached the Thunder God's design in a two-step process, Vecchio explained. First, by designing each god based on Morewa's description and inspiration references, reflecting the culture and the real-world iconography each belongs to. But this is the Marvel Universe, so the second stage was injecting some Kirby-like fantasy vibes and incorporating design elements from the original Thor and Storm designs for a cohesive feel while keeping individuality. The goal is to make sure that keeping the Marvel tradition, these are versions of the Thunder Gods that only can exist in the Marvel Universe. I feel we're assisting a Storm renaissance, and I'm honored to join the dream team behind this series for these special issues. Vecchio added, working with Morewa's script is a delight, and I love reconnecting with Aurora and drawing her in Resurrection of Magneto. Yeah, Vecchio's work in Resurrection of Magneto was amazing. He really made Al Ewing's script look incredibly big and bombastic, and was able to draw some really interesting pieces as we got to see, Magneto return to life here. Let's take a look at some of these variant covers for Storm issue 7, and then we will head into our next massive news story. First, I want to see who they're illustrated by. Okay, we have variants from Gerald Perel and Marguerite Sauvage. So here is Gerald Perel's variant on Storm 7. This one also really, really creative. I always love the idea of using Storm's hair as a negative space and then putting the logo for this series up at the very top, juxtaposed against it. Also, just a great and opposing look for Storm that just really showcases, some of her strength over the course of the issue too. Really solid stuff here. And let's go ahead and close things out with our final variant cover for Storm. This one is illustrated by the wonderful Marguerite Sauvage, taking on a more classic costume for Storm, also showcasing some of her strength in a really bold and kind of cold facial expression, juxtaposed by so much lightning, stemming out of her mutant abilities. Also, a really nice cover showcasing a much different, style than we can see from either Gerald Perel, Mateus Manini, or Luciano Vecchio. Really excited about the future of Storm. I'm wondering if Morebo Ayadeli is going to be able to tie the plotting of the series together a little bit more cohesively and draw me a little bit more engaged in terms of Storm as an overall character. I really like the idea of the Eternal Storm. I think it is a bit cheesy in terms of the course of this issue, so I'm also hoping that Morebo Ayadeli is going to find some interesting ways to tie the Eternal Storm back into the narrative to make this comic book feel a little bit more unique and a little bit less cheesy in terms of the overall direction of the comic book. So really rooting for this one, and I'm really going to be interested to see how the quality expands or detracts in the future of the Storm ongoing series. Afro-Seth, can't wait to see Shango. I love the West African Yoruba gods. Yeah, ideas like that are so cool. That's why I really want to stick with this Storm series in the long run, even though I've been a little bit disappointed in terms of some of the plotting. Man, we still have so much news to talk about. Very, very excited to go over all this stuff with you today. All right, I'm a little bit more disconnected from the DC universe than I would like, but DC Comics this week revealed just an earth-shattering news announcement that I want to explore in a lot more depth here. Let's talk about the sort of catalyst that started the news announcement, and then we'll dive directly into the news announcement in just a few moments. This one is coming in from Gray McMillan, the wonderful author and editor over at Popverse. After 20 years, Spider-Verse creator Dan Slott is no longer under exclusive contract to Marvel. This May, Dan Slott returns to DC for the first time since 2004, but it took their biggest character to get him there. Dan Slott has been working for Marvel for an incredibly long time. Slott has one of the longest Spider-Man runs to date, I believe, from any single creator. And it looks like Slott is set to take on a fresh new assignment in terms of the DC universe moving forward. As you can see here, a lot of the underpinning stems from Dan Slott being no longer under exclusive contract under, one of the big two, and is set to take on the other side of the fence. So let's read a little bit more about how this happened and what Gray McMillan from Popverse has to say about it. For 2 decades, Dan Slott has been a mainstay at Marvel Comics and is responsible for some of the publisher's biggest releases during that time, including best-selling runs on The Amazing Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, She-Hulk, and Iron Man. He's been responsible for creating the concept of Spider-Verse, as well as the tone of Disney Plus's She-Hulk, Attorney at Law series, and helped come up with fan-favorite characters like Silk, Spider-Boy, and Mr. Negative. And now, after 20 years, he's jumping ship. I think this calls for an interesting reflection of Dan Slott's career in terms of the Marvel Universe. I don't think all of it is positive. In fact, there's a lot of negative to draw from some of his contributions overall. Slott was in charge of Amazing Spider-Man for such a long time, and while I did like a lot of the beginning of his run, I felt like a lot of the big stories and a lot of the big ideas really shirked in terms of some of the execution and didn't manage to really establish their place in Spider-Man continuity like they should have. I love the idea of the Red Goblin and how that was introduced in Dan Slott's run. I feel like the Superior Spider-Man concept was a great idea, but it wasn't explored in enough depth to really make it interesting or stand out amongst other Spider-Man stories. It feels like more of kind of like a flash in the wind and something that isn't integral to the character as a whole. Fantastic Four, I wish his run on this series was longer. I feel like he did have a lot of good ideas, especially as he first headed into the series. I think Dan Slott's She-Hulk is not reflected on very fondly after people have really dissected it over the past couple years. I haven't explored his Iron Man in a ton of depth, so I can't specifically speak for that. But I also don't think some of these contributions towards the Spider-Man universe really hold as much importance as they should. Figures like Silk and Spider-Boy are really interesting, but I don't know if the publisher ever came up with the story to support some of these characters. However, Dan Slott is really hit and miss. I think the character of Mr. Negative has been a great addition to Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery and has actually been featured pretty prominently in the Spider-Man 2 video game. And in terms of some of Spider-Man's crime-oriented foes, I think this was a huge win for Dan Slott. While I can tell he's a really big and accomplished commercial writer, I don't think all of his ideas have sort of stuck to the wall as much as they should. To be fair, it's unclear whether or not Dan Slott is leaving Marvel entirely. Certainly the most recent round of advanced solicitations through March have him writing Spider-Boy with no end in sight. But he posted on social media about writing future issues as recently as December. The writer's Marvel exclusive deal is over with the news that he'll be writing Superman Unlimited for DC starting in May 2025. That's only a couple months away here. Slott has been under exclusive contract with Marvel since 2004 and has announced an extension to that deal in December 2023, saying at the time he was very grateful to be part of Team Marvel and hoped to might keep within them for years to come. So what changed his mind? A line in the announcement for his new DC project offers a pretty sizable clue. He's the first and greatest superhero of all time, and I've been waiting my whole life to tell stories about him. Slott is quoted as saying about Superman, "Let's be honest. Part of that statement is stone cold fact. He's the first superhero, with another part being an opinion that many, many people, including your humble reporter, would happen to share. Given the opportunity, who wouldn't want to jump at the chance to write Superman? So while it might be a sad day for Marvel to say goodbye to being exclusive home for slot superhero stories, the company can console itself with the fact that it literally took one of the most iconic characters in all of fiction to lure him away, and a 20-year run of exclusivity is nothing to be sneezed at. Superman Unlimited launches at DC in May. Let's see here. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at Superman Unlimited. This is a huge sea change for both Marvel and DC in terms of their roster of talent. I'm really interested to see if Dan Slott is going to be able to stick with Superman long enough to leave a lasting imprint in terms of Marvel Comics. One really interesting thing to juxtapose here is when Brian Michael Bendis, a really important writer over at Marvel Comics, ended up leaving Marvel to head over to DC, and it looks like DC was able to lure him with the idea of Superman. And while I really like the beginning of Brian Bendis' run, I don't think he was able to cement his mark long enough on the character. Hopefully, though, this doesn't hold true for Dan Slott, and for the immediate future, he's able to leave a really lasting impression. Also, I think the Joshua Williamson run of Superman has been absolutely tremendous. The idea of somebody stepping on Williamson's toes when he's just contributed so much wonderful work to that book sort of breaks my heart. I haven't read very much into the details here, but I'm really hoping Dan Slott isn't, the replacement for Joshua Williamson as Superman heads into its next phase here. After SF, I enjoyed Brand New Day. I do regret not reading Superior Spider-Man. Spider-Man Octogirl from Viz manga is a sequel to Superior Spider-Man. Oh, I had no idea that they did that in general. I don't think you should regret not reading Superior Spider-Man. I don't think that status quo was really explored long enough for it to leave like a lasting imprint on Spider-Man. And that's really how I feel about a lot of Dan Slott's individual, contributions to his Spider-Man run. As I said before, I really hope that this Superman Unlimited series is a new way for Slott to explore the Marvel Universe. This one is written by David Brooke at Adventures in Poor Taste. An extinction-level kryptonite asteroid shower changes everything in Superman Unlimited, out in May 2025. DC Comics has announced Superman Unlimited, a new ongoing series by Dan Slott and Rafael Albuquerque, and colors by Marcelo Maiolo, launching on May 21, 2025. This will be Slott's first ongoing DC Comics project to date. Out May 21st, the ongoing will launch in a 10-page prelude by Slott and Albuquerque in DC All In 2025 Free Comic Book Day Special Edition, out May 3rd. Rafael Albuquerque is an amazing artist. I think that teaser, the cover that we were looking at just a few moments ago, was really bold, really brash. He's an incredibly expressive artist, and very excited to see what he's going to lend to Superman alongside Slott. I hope he'd be on the run for a really long time and is able to extend a level of visual identity to Superman. Maybe he's able to draw a more gruff version of the character as opposed to what we've seen from other artists on the series more recently, like Jamal Campbell. He's the first and greatest superhero of all time, and I've been waiting my whole life to tell stories about him, not just because of all the amazing powers he has, but because of who he is inside. Rafael Albuquerque and I are going to take him and you to places you'll want to escape to every month. Millions of surprising new ideas for Superman, Lois, the supporting cast, classic rogues, and all new friends and foes too. If you've never read a Superman book, a DC book, or any comic book before, or if you've been a Superman fan your entire life, you couldn't ask for a better place to take the leap and go all in than Superman Unlimited 1. This series is part of DC's Summer of Superman initiative, including Action Comics and Superman, and it will feature limited and ongoing series starring Superboy, Supergirl, Krypto, and more. Stay tuned for more comic book announcements to follow Superman Unlimited. Dan Slott is such like a big shepherd of comic book continuity. I feel like he definitely has a lot to say about Superman, and his introduction to DC as one of the oldest superheroes ever in terms of the publishing line. Superman has so many like interesting continuity webs in terms of his relationship with a young boy with the Legion of Superheroes, his new continuity with Lois and John, just as well as his dual identity that he had during like Superman Rebirth. I feel like there's so much for Slott to be able to comment on. I guess my worry here is that Slott isn't going to stick with one idea long enough for it to really engage its full potential in terms of the execution. Let's see what this Superman Unlimited synopsis has to say about Slott's future direction with the character. This series kicks off with a massive extinction-level kryptonite asteroid shower, creating an arms race for the new most valuable resource on the planet, Green K. This has ramifications so far as the balance of power when it comes to criminal empires. That includes Inner Gang under new leadership is on the rise, with practically all their foot soldiers carrying at least one clip of kryptonite bullets on them. The asteroid left massive kryptonite deposits to be mined, and it houses unlimited horrors yet to be unpacked. To survive, Superman will need to forge new alliances, new tech, and new tactics if he hopes to carry on his quest for truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. The series will also see a change with the Daily Planet, which gets an upgrade. A merger with a new incarnation of Morgan Edge's Galaxy Communications expands the Daily Planet brand into a multimedia news platform with a cable news channel. These Daily Planet continuity changes are so fascinating to me. I think Brian Bendis, especially towards the beginning of his Superman run, did such a phenomenal job really dialing deep into what was going on at the publication during that time. I hope Slott is able to stay with this concept, as long as he possibly can, to show just how unique his take on the brand new Daily Planet status quo is. I love the idea of the brand launching, a news platform too. It has a strong social media presence with Lois Lane still as editor-in-chief. I love that. So DC is retaining that there from the previous run. Daily Planet regulars like Jimmy Olsen, Ron Troop, Kat Grant, and Steve Lombard will staff satellite branches across the DC universe. That is absolutely insane. We're going to have satellite branches staffed with some of our Daily Planet regulars like Steve Lombard and Kat Grant. That's a great idea. They're creating a global network. Behind it all is the new tech savvy of an IT specialist from Gorilla City, King Solivar's goddaughter, T. Na. Okay, so we have some alien interactions here with the Daily Planet in terms of the status quo. This very bold, very brash idea. I hope Dan Slott is able to execute on it. This cover from Raphael Albuquerque is just so incredible. I love how many different eras of Superman it's able to showcase in one image here. It's very sort of Steranko-esque in terms of the composition for the line too. Nicholas Lopez, Dan Slott as a writer, it's like flipping a coin. I agree with that completely. So it could be really good or suck really bad, not much of a middle ground. If you look at Dan Slott's works over at Marvel Comics, you can definitely draw that conclusion really easily. I totally agree. I'm already reading enough good ideas in this to have me excited. I'm going to go in here with a really positive attitude and hope I find, that overall sense of execution I'm looking for. Man, once again here, beautiful, beautiful panel from Raphael Albuquerque. I believe it's Raphael Albuquerque. It's the DC All-In Absolute Universe 2025 FCBD Special Edition. They maybe should have shortened the title on that one, but still really excited about what the interiors are going to hold there. We just launched Justice League Unlimited in the fall, and Mark Waid and Dan Mora are telling a tale of unlimited superheroes in that ongoing series. In contrast, Slott and Albuquerque's Superman Unlimited is a tale of unlimited supervillains that are charged by kryptonite. Green K is everywhere. Superman is going to need to get to work and adapt to survive. Every line of Dan's pitch is packed with surprises, and every line Rafa draws is stunning. 2025 is truly going to be Superman Unlimited. Okay, we have a lot of information that I think we've already read through. Let's talk about just next steps for Superman Unlimited. It looks like this is going to be published on May 21, 2025. Of course, written by Dan Slott, cover and art from Albuquerque, and colors from Marcelo Maiolo. Of course, it's going to be $4.99 because, of course, it's going to be stock variants are coming in at another $5.99. And before the issue comes out, we're getting the free comic book day issue on May 3rd. DC is teasing a Summer of Superman comic book, which will feature limited, or it's more of a line, I suppose, with limited and ongoing series starring Superboy, Supergirl, Crypto, and more. And the event will highlight DC's deep roster of Superman related characters. Stay tuned for more comic book announcements to follow Superman Unlimited. Nicholas Lopez, the Absolute Universe is doing really good. It's soon to make a comparison, but I think it's a little bit more solid than the new Ultimate Universe. That is really interesting to hear that feedback coming from you. I'm curious to hear, Nicholas, if the or if DC's Absolute line has a villain that's like on par with the Maker to launch the idea of the full line. If it does, frankly, I would be a lot less hesitant to jump in and see what it's all about. Lopez says the thing is that too much of the Ultimate Universe revolves around the Maker, so it's like we are reading tie-ins of an event than an actual new universe. You can notice this better with Ultimate Spider-Man. Literally just feels like tie-ins of an event. That is a really interesting thing for you to say. I'm going to jump in the center here, and I want to take a few moments to respond to that. In terms of my comic books, I love like really high concept, like big ideas and stories. And that's why the new Ultimate Universe has appealed to me like so much on such a big level. The idea of the Maker ruling over all these different territories across the Marvel Universe and all these characters eventually having to come to battle with him makes the Ultimate Universe feel a lot more cohesive for me. I would love, DC's Absolute line to feature, maybe a villain like the Ultimate Darkseid to take total control of the line and, feature all these like disparate comic book ideas like, Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Batman going up against, a central figure. I think the idea of the Maker actually just expands the quality of the Ultimate Universe and gives more of, a focused premise for all these books to really hinge on. I'm not sure I agree with what you're saying about Ultimate Spider-Man. I really don't feel like Ultimate Spider-Man feels like tie-ins of an event series. I feel like it's more like a retread of what Peter Parker was going through as, he sort of explores this like new age of continuity. I feel like in terms of all of like the current Ultimate series, I don't think Ultimate Spider-Man really plays up the connections between the Maker and some of the rest of the characters. Right now, Marvel's main Ultimate series is the most plugged in to what's going on with the Maker and the overall direction of the Ultimate line, and I think the book is so much better for it. So I'd love the DC to go in that direction, but it almost sounds like what you're saying makes some of these Absolute series a little bit more detached from their overall continuity. So hopefully I'll be able to check some of those out in the near future. And we'll be able to explore what's next over for, Marvel's Ultimate Comics and DC's Absolute line. Okay, my voice is getting just absolutely wrecked here. Let me see if we have any other big stories that we need to touch on today before we head out. Here we go. We have one more comment from Lopez. I also like the fact that the Maker is in the center, and I love how that works in Ultimates and Ultimate Wolverine, but I don't love it with Ultimate Spider-Man. I mean, I agree. I don't think Ultimate Spider-Man has been able to use it to its full capacity, but I think the reason why I love the Maker so much in terms of the Ultimate line is how other books are using it, right? Like Ultimate X-Men right now is going to go up against the Maker's territory of Hino Kuni and some of those villains from that book. Just the idea of those really young ultimate heroes for the X-Men going up against like such a big colossal force like the Maker is incredibly intriguing. Plus, I think too, the idea of watching characters like the Ultimates team up with Ultimate X-Men and Ultimate Guardians of the Galaxy, who are all at least different enough from their main counterparts to go up against the Maker, brings an incredible level of like quality and potential to this brand new Ultimate line. I feel like we are definitely heading towards a crossover, and I'm just so excited in terms of the future of what Marvel's bringing to that. Really interesting discussion, though. Okay, let's go ahead and close out our stream, or at least the news part of our stream today, by talking about the future of the Ultimate line. Man, we really need to do another stream eventually here. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I'm really hoping I'll be able to do maybe another stream tomorrow morning to close out the rest of all these big stories. There's so much right now in terms of Marvel news. Nicholas Lopez, one more comment here. My favorite so far is Ultimate X-Men. There's enough there to make a connection to the Maker and the Council, but it's independent enough you care about the characters. It's solid so far. That book is so good. Peach Momoko's artwork is so amazing. Her writing is really the big revelation for me in terms of that comic book. I feel like those Demon Wars comics, they were good, they were intriguing, but the level of like character interactions and some of the dialogue and the plotting for this new Ultimate X-Men comic book is just absolutely breathtaking. Momoko has really leveled up as a creator and has been able to tell an incredibly cohesive story that will tie into this really just epic, big crossover that'll hopefully feature just so many disparate elements of the Ultimate Universe come together in a big and bold way. Let's go ahead and talk about one of my favorite aspects of the Marvel Universe, this side of the X-Men and Spider-Man. Let's talk about the brand new Ultimate line of solicits. Let's see. Okay, so these are comic books shipping over in March. Here's a look at the upcoming Ultimates 10, showcasing the character of Hawkeye coming back into the narrative here. Kitty Pryde and Gambit make their Ultimate debut. Ultimate X-Men enters its second year and more in upcoming Ultimate issues. Learn about Ultimate Black Panther. Let's see if I can get in the right spot here. Learn about Ultimate Black Panther 14, Ultimate Spider-Man 15, Ultimate X-Men 13, Ultimates 10, and Ultimate Wolverine 3 on sale this March. Marvel's new Ultimate Universe is now home to 5 hit ongoing series, each packed with the unpredictable storytelling and bold character reinventions that have made it such a massive success. As the line reaches its second year, each creative team is firing on all cylinders to deliver can't-miss stories of the highest comic book caliber each and every month. With a blockbuster Ultimate event on the horizon, now is the time to dive in and see why these titles have dominated the industry all year long, with a peek ahead at what's to come in March's releases. I have something really, really silly to talk about. IGN recently covered a piece of Marvel Comics news focusing on the Ultimates, and they called the Ultimates like the best thing Marvel's publishing. And I just want to push back on that a little bit because I feel like there is so much more like editorial contributions right now to the overall X-Men line. As we talked about like exhaustively, the idea of like dual comic books of X-Men and Uncanny X-Men facing off against each other in this battle with Dr. Ellis was such a great idea, and just something that I wish more people would focus in on in terms of the From the Ashes line. I feel like that line is even more cohesive than the Ultimates, than the overall Ultimate line, and deserves a little bit more praise than it actually gets. Okay, Nicholas Lopez, or excuse me, Afro SF is also joining in on the chat. The Ultimate characters at the moment are up against hopeless odds. They don't stand a chance against the Maker. That is what makes the Ultimate line so exciting at the moment. I agree. It's like, each issue of the Ultimates is like a sort of tragedy as they get closer and closer to the Maker's reappearance. Lopez coming in again regarding Black Panther. Ultimate Black Panther is lacking right now. So far, the only character I like is the new Sorcerer Supreme. I don't know, she's funny, but the war is so plain. I like the idea of Brian Hill as a writer, but there's been so many comic books I've read that haven't been as cohesive as I've wanted them to be from him. I'm almost having just a problem following his narratives in terms of the book and just staying as engaged as I want to be. Let's see. Yeah, Viper has made an appearance in Ultimate X-Men. Yeah, that's a great reference there. That's a really subtle way that these books are kind of being connected to each other. Lopez says, I remember being hyped for the new Moon Knight when I read Ultimate Invasion, but I lost interest in him the more Ultimate issues of Black Panther that I read. Once again, I agree. We were going through those solicits before the book launched, and I was so hyped about the idea of Black Panther facing off against the combined forces of Moon Knight over in Africa. I still think that's a really novel idea that isn't just explored to its fullest extent on the page, which is definitely disappointing. All right, let's check out Ultimates 10. This one's still written by Dennis Camp, featuring artwork from Juan Frigueri, and we have a cover from Dyke Ruan. Namor and the Red Skull. Captain America and the Human Torch lead a team to recruit their old comrade, Namor. But they'll have to get through the Red Skull gang first. Ultimates was recently chosen as the best comic book series of 2024 by IGN. Yeah, I think it's criminal for IGN not to put one of the X-Men books as their best series of 2024. The X-Men titles went to such incredible heights. The way that their narratives were intertwined between the disparate books was amazing, and I wish just more people in our industry would recognize it. Well, I definitely appreciate like what independent creators are doing and what's going on over at DC Comics. I am just stunned by the lack of appreciation and attention to the X-Men line that there's been from so many other comic book critics this past year. It's just shocking to me. In terms of this Ultimates issue, I love the idea of some of these characters fighting against the Red Skull gang. A lot of these characters are just so new in terms of the Ultimates that there's still a sort of novelty in seeing them all battle together. Once again, we have a really nice and visceral cover from Dyke Ruan. I'd love to see him draw some interiors for these series eventually. But Juan Frigueri's artwork has been just absolutely stunning. I loved what he did on Iron Man. I loved what he's doing on this series. I think Ultimates is an absolute winner in terms of the line. I can't wait to see what the interiors of this issue actually look like, and if Hawkeye is going to continue that really bold and brash personality to fight against some of Captain America's more traditional ideals as we head into some future issues. Afro SF, I've heard a lot of complaints about the war in Ultimate Black Panther. This is a book set in real time, no sliding time scale. Most wars go on for years. That is a great point. That is a fantastic point. How are you going to wrap up this big confrontation between the forces of Moon Knight and Black Panther in like 5 or 6 issues? That's absolutely wild. Next up, we have Ultimate Black Panther. Let's see what's going on in this series in issue 14. Still written by Brian Hill. Still featuring one of my favorite artists at Marvel, Stefano Caselli. Who is the progenitor? Black Panther's dangerous reliance on vibranium becomes even more volatile when an ancient spirit attacks Wakanda. Only the Sorcerer Supreme can help T'Challa save Wakanda and possibly his soul from this fiend. Okay, so we have the antagonist of the progenitor, and we have a dangerous reliance on vibranium to explore. I believe Nicholas Lopez referenced the Sorcerer Supreme character, who I'm not yet familiar with. There's quite a few plot threads in this. I love this character. I'm curious if this is the progenitor. I love the idea of sort of like a landscape comic book cover. I almost wish there was a bleed in terms of his fist. I think that would make this cover a little bit more engaging overall, but I still think the trade dress for the Ultimate line is still nice here. Frankly, I think it's good that Ultimate Black Panther is going in a slightly different direction from the fight against Moon Knight. I'm curious to see how Brian Hill is going to continue on this moving forward, and just how long Stefano Caselli is going to be able to stay on this series. Next up, Ultimate Spider-Man 15. We have Peter going up against the Sandman with his daughter by his side. Written by Jonathan Hickman, artwork from David Messina. I really like David Messina as an artist. I also love Marco Cicchetto's artwork. I think this is another really nice cover, even though a Spider-Man's limbs are definitely like too long. They're extended a little bit too wide than they probably should be. Sandman's elongated arms make a lot of sense because, of course, he doesn't have the usual apparatus. This one is on sale March 12th. The Ultimate Sandman Attacks. As the dust settles from the events of recent issues, Peter, MJ, and the kids take a family vacation. But nowhere is safe for Ultimate Spider-Man, featuring guest artist David Messina. I haven't read this series in quite a long time. I am wondering if Jonathan Hickman has been able to introduce, any more fascinating character dynamics between Peter and his family. I'm not opposed to Peter Parker having a family in his own Ultimate Spider-Man series. It's just that I think the plotting still needs to be ambitious and the writing still needs to take advantage of new ideas and new scenarios to make Ultimate Spider-Man feel fresh. I feel like for this comic book, this definitely feels like a really traditional Spider-Man series. The one thing shaking it up is that Peter's family and the Maker's Council is, of course, looming in the background. I don't necessarily think that's enough for me to really head into and check out this series in more depth. Next up, we have Ultimate Wolverine. I'm liking this cover. I'm seeing a tease over at Ultimate Gambit. Not sure who this other cover... Oh, the other character is Kitty Pryde. Definitely looks like a more violent take on Kitty Pryde than we've seen previously. And this is definitely looking too like a more war-torn Gambit. I'm really hoping in Ultimate Wolverine issue 3 that Logan isn't going to dismember these characters either. This one on sale March 26th with the same creative team of Christopher Condon and Alessandro Cappuccio. Wolverine vs. Gambit and Kitty Pryde. The Winter Soldier leads a strike against two members of the opposition, Kitty Pryde and Gambit. But do the duo recognize the man behind the mask? I think this is a pretty solid cover over from Cappuccio. It definitely highlights the interesting dynamic that the Ultimate Wolverine has against these characters. My fear for Ultimate Wolverine issue 3 is that this is just going to be like a needlessly violent interaction between, the Winter Soldier, Kitty, and Gambit that isn't ultimately going to go anywhere. Or maybe lead to their deaths, which would be even worse in terms of the overall series. So I'm really hoping that Chris Condon is going to be able to bring that additional characterization, those additional elements of politics, and really tap into some of the characterization of Logan that's made him, such a big friend of the X-Men in previous issues. Right now, this character is on a team in Marvel's core continuity over with Gambit. So hopefully they have some sort of deeper connection than what you can see from the surface. Next up, we have our fan favorite comic book, Ultimate X-Men 13. This is one of the most striking covers of the series I've seen to date, from writer, artist, and cover artist Peach Momoko, teasing the amulets that's been featured across so many other issues of Ultimate X-Men, sort of being carved out in armor Hisako Ichiki's head. This one on sale March 12th, The New Mutant World Order, the start of the second year of Ultimate X-Men. Chaos erupts as former Children of the Atom rise up against the society that used and abused them. Just as tension between Armor and Maystorm comes to a head in an explosive confrontation. Armor and Maystorm have been on the same page across so many issues of Ultimate X-Men. I think introducing some tension in their relationship would definitely would definitely make Ultimate X-Men feel more cohesive as a comic book. I really like that idea. And also, I'm curious to see if Kitty is going to be, or not Kitty, but Armor is going to be influenced by any of the mysterious shadow elements lingering in the background of the page as well. So very, very intriguing cover. A really bold way to make this Ultimate series and X-Men series stand out against the others in the line. I think that sense of negative space and just the really creepy expression that Armor is given over to the camera will definitely intrigue, hopefully some readers into picking up this new book. Nicholas Lopez, I think it's interesting, this new Winter Wolverine stuff, but still, I wish Nightcrawler was alive. Yup, you and me too. You can kill Mystique twice, but I just love Kurt so much. That Ultimate X-Men 13 cover is really great. I totally agree. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I just read something really interesting from Nicholas Lopez. He said, I saw something on Reddit saying that Hisako and May are going to be like Xavier and Magneto. It's interesting, but I hope they don't go all the way, but still some conflict. It's great. Yeah, I think that's a really, really cool idea. Those are the two like major protagonists of that book, and I'd love to see them explored in a little bit more detail. Okay, give me just one moment here to catch my breath, and then we're going to introduce what we're going to do next today. Okay, so one thing I've really wanted to do more on the channel in terms of this year specifically is to start returning back to video games. I really love video games. I play video games absolutely obsessively. As the years have gone on, I've become more and more attached to online video games and gotcha video games. And I feel like a lot of what I play is so unique that I definitely should show it to other people and just, make a big point of playing, some of these titles more on stream. Today, I wanted to go ahead and try out playing a little bit of Honkai Impact Third. I know that's a really weird choice among the current gotcha games, especially as, a lot of the more recent gotcha games from the same developer, MiHoYo, are a lot more popular, like Honkai Star Rail, like Genshin Impact. However, I've beaten those other games, and right now I'm looking to catch up on Honkai Impact as quick as I can to really get more immersed in the brand new Honkai Star Rail story. So I'm going to go ahead and try and launch that right now. We're going to see how that goes. I'm really excited about it, frankly. I really love the game. I think I'm about, at this point, probably like between 10 and 20 hours in. It has really fast and fluid combat and just a really interesting and just obscure and really obscure game that I really want to showcase here. So give me just a few moments while we start it up. I'm also going to need your help on this stream. You're going to have to let me know if the audio works. Give me just a few moments, too. I'm going to go ahead and sign into the game right now. I don't think I've played this game on PC like ever. So it's going to be really interesting getting used to the new controls. Okay, fantastic. It looks like I'm in. You guys should be hearing the audio at this point right now. And let me go ahead and switch into the game view. Perfect. Okay, it looks like we are in. All right, I'm just going to immediately go ahead and do some of these dailies to catch up on everything. Okay. And let's change over to the Honkai Impact category 2 real quick. Let's see. Okay, cool. We should be all set. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and head directly into the story at this point. I'm still playing part 1 of the game. It's actually split into 2 parts. The newest part launched fairly recently over the past couple years. And this one that we're playing is a little bit older, but the idea here is I'm trying to catch up on it a little bit as we head into the future of Honkai Star Rail. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like I left off here at chapter 12. This should be really quick here. Okay, it looks like we are in here. I'm picking up right from the story. And it looks like I made it to about... Let's see here. The 13th chapter. All right, let's head in. So previously, Kevin left the Sea of Quanta with the Gem of Desire, generating a powerful energy wave that threatens to collapse this space. This is my team so far. Let's see here. I have Gushinso Memento. I have the Hersher of Reason and the Lightning Empress. I've got a ton of stamina. Each of these battles take about 10. I've got like 720, so we're all set there. I'm going to head directly into battle here. So the thing about this game that keeps me like more and more interested is all of its deep connections over to Honkai Star Rail. Some of these characters have like the same exact names as their Star Rail counterparts. We have Bronya and Seal, characters who you can see from both games actually. Bronya was in pain. She tried to stand, but blood flowed out from her lips. It wasn't just the battle wounds. Her body was afflicted by something more fatal. The Hersher core was eating away at her from within. This space is crumbling. It isn't looking so good. That's the character of Welt, who is also featured in the main Honkai Star Rail campaign in a ton of depth. So super cool to see like where he came from over in Honkai Impact 3rd. The huge rocks floating in the air suddenly shattered and collapsed, separating Welt from the two girls. The rocks tumbled, splintered, dissolved, and melted into fathomless darkness. A figure suddenly appeared within this dark tide. Einstein, 博士。博士、失敗しました。蛇がデザイアジェムを持って。いいんだ。開眼の目を起動した。近くの経路に沿って待ってください。ベルトさんがまだ生きている。ベルトが先に戻るんだ。ベルトは僕が何とかする。急げ。君は生きな。戦いに適した日和じゃ。Give me just a moment here as I figure out these PC controls. There we go. I'm gonna check and see if I can change it to mouse and keyboard actually. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Wow, the music, the environment's so cool. Okay, I guess last time I played this, I had a controller on, and so it was defaulted to the controller settings. Way more natural like this. Give me one moment here. I'm going to check the volume. Perfect. I mean, I just checked out the stream. Everything has sounded pretty good. Okay, let's see what's next here. Thinking it's this way. No, that's the way we came in. All right. Oh, wow, okay. Did not expect to go that way. Let's try switching over to another character. Some of these abilities too. The music has been getting better and better as this game has gone on. I'm going to be honest here. This one is not doing... Oh, there we go. There we go. Nice. Love the feeling of like doing a perfect dodge correctly. I don't know if I've done one yet this stream. There we go. Grab Bronya's hand tightly. We'll be leaving soon. Bronya shall fulfill her promise. I know you will. I will go home with you, Bronya. We'll be together forever. Yeah, these two characters have a pretty deep relationship that's been fleshed out across some of the previous chapters. Bronya promised you to take you away from the Sea of Quanta. All right, let's get our goodies here. Let's check out the lore from this chapter. Plane of Vigrid. The serpent could not be stopped. Kevin escaped the Sea of Quanta with the Gem of Desire. With Schrodinger's help, Einstein found the girls. They must now escape the roiling sea with their lives. I'm a little curious here to see if Kevin is actually going to be featured over in Honkai Star Rail as well. I think that'd be so cool. Let's see. Gaming. Select game. Oh, okay, I didn't have it turned on. Let me switch the category. And of course, it's not here in my list. I should have known. All right, I'm not going to worry about this for now. Surging, crushing, pouring, and roaring. Space grown like a roiling sea that swallowed everything in sight. This is kind of devastating. Ooh. So she cut her loose from the Sea of Quantum, but I believe Bronya is still stuck there. Ooh. Man, what an incredible cutscene. Very cool. It looks like she's going back. She's not leaving without her friend. Alright, let's see what's next. Chapter 14. Bronya heard a familiar voice in the darkness. Of course, it's none other than Seal.
現実だよ。現実？
I wonder if they're actually in the real world now. They've been in this sea of quantum for a really, really long time.
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、戻ってこれたんだよ。ゼーレ。ブローニャ、大丈夫？このバカ。勝手に漁師の海に入るんじゃないわよ。心配しちゃうじゃない。ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
Okay, it looks like they're finally back now.
ブローニャどうしたの？やっぱりひどい怪我なの？バカロザリア、ブローニャが押しつぶされるよ。
みんな元気そうで安心したよ。ゼーレ、この二人を連れて少し離れてくれるかい？ブローニャと二人で話がしたいんだ。それに彼女には静かに休める環境が必要だよ。
ロザリア、リリア、行こう。ブローニャ、ちゃんと休んでね。また来るわ。ロザリアは来なくていいよ。
Peace returned to the room after Seal and Lilia dragged a reluctant Rosalia away.
ブローニャ、きっと聞きたいことがたくさんあると思う。
博士、あの後何があったんですか？ブローニャの記憶は漁師の海を出たところまでしかありません。
Okay, I'm curious to know what happened after they left too.
ゼーレが君を助け、君を現実に連れ戻した。その後、僕たちは襲ってきた天命部隊を撃退したんだ。
Okay, so Seal saved her.
一段落ついた。今ここは安全だ。
では、ヘビは逃げましたか？
デザイアジェムの力を使って奴は逃げたよ。その位置は見当もつかないが、おそらく彼はもう現
Alright,
実
looks
に
like
来
the
ている
serpent
と思う。
escaped also.
すみません。
どうして謝る？
ブローニャは止められませんでした。ブローニャは何もできま。
自分を責めるな。君のせいではない。力の差があまりにもありすぎた。彼がデザイアジェムを手に入れた時から、ベルトもカカリアも、そして僕も責任を背負わなければならない。でも君はベルトとゼーレを助けた。生きて帰ってこられたんだ。
Right, and she
それ
also
こそ
saved
が一
Welt
番大
too.
切なことだ。ありがとう、ブローニャ。
ベルトさんは生きているんですか？
ああ、君のおかげで命は助かったよ。
では、カカリアお母様は？
彼女は僕たちに拘束されている。敵との密通、機密情報の漏洩、組織メンバーに危害を加えた上に、カカリアはこの数年間してきたことの責任を背負わなければならない。ハイペリオンがソルトレイクの基地に着くまでもう少し時間がある。
カカリアお母様。
ブローニャ、無事なのね。嬉し
Yeah,
いわ。
Bronya has a really close relationship with Kokolia, and she also met like an alternate version of her, so it's pretty like epic to see them reuniting after such a long time.
彼らはお母様をどうするつもりですか？
Especially in this context.
アインシュタインがいろいろ話したよね。知らないわ。考える必要もない。敗者の考えることは誰も気にしないもの。
ブローニャは？
安心して。ひどいことはされないわ。こういう非常事態に誰も裏切り者に時間と精神を費やしたくないもの。もしかしたら罪滅ぼしに手柄を立てるチャンスを与えてくれ
Yeah,
るか
she's
も
got
し
a
れない
really
わ。
interesting personality. It seems like she's really comfortable, like in whatever environment she's in, even if she's losing.
でもその間孤児院のことは頼むわ。
Yeah, we learned a lot about the orphanage in the previous chapter too, regarding like some of Welt's origins as the character of Joaquin. Really, really interesting concept. So cool to learn more about him, honestly.
ブローニャが孤児院のみんなを守ります。
いいえ、ブローニャ。あなたたちよ。 ロザリアとリリアは優しい心の持ち主で、みんなを笑顔にすることばかり考えるけど、ゼーレは面倒見がよく器量がいいけど、気が弱くて自分の考え、そしてあなたは全てを自分の責任だと考えすぎている。あなたはいつも一人で背負おうとする。ずっと前だけを見ていて、そばにいる人たちのことを忘れて、彼女たちはあなたのことが大好きだから、あなたに追いつこう。あなたにはみんなを団結させる力がある。みんなが一緒にいるところが
お母様、そのような言葉をどうして。
そう。どうしてでしょうね。わからないわ、本当に。この数十年、いろんなことをしてきた。その中には過ちもたくさんある。
Yeah, I feel like
後悔し
Kokolia
てい
has
な
a
いと言え
history
ば
of
嘘になるわ。
withholding a lot of information from people that would probably be really, really good to know sooner.
でも一つだけ後悔し、それは2012年の春、シベリアの雪原であなたを連れ帰ったことよ。ブローニャ、あなたは私の誇りよ。
Far East border a few
ベ
days
ルト
later.
さん、ブローニャはその糸。
君が持っていた方がよりその力を発揮できるという意味だ。
The black core hovered above Welt's palm and illuminated Bronia's face with its gentle glow.
律者コアは名手になる必須条件ではない。力は才能のある人に。
Welt still wore plenty of bandages beneath his shirt. Bronia saw Dr. Einstein talking with him at the medical bay but didn't know what they talked about.
どうしてブローニャなのですか。もっと適した人がいるかもしれません。
ヨアヒムが君を選んだから。漁師の海で君は自分を証明した。
でもブローニャは負けました。
Man, she's pretty hard on herself. She managed to save her friend and face impossible odds there.
負けたかどうかは失敗をどう理解するかだ。俺にとって自我さえ守れたら今すぐ答えなくていい。もう少し考えてほしい。一番大切なのは受け入れてくれるなら、俺はこのコアの使い方を君に。
わかりました。ありがとうございます、ベルトさん。ブローニャお姉ちゃん。
君の仲間が君を呼んでいるようだ。また今度話そう。ではブローニャ、君の道はまだ始まったばかりだ。
ブローニャ、ベルトと何を話してたの。まさかブローニャを次期名手にするとか。ブローニャ姉さんもベルトの名を受け継ぐの。ベルト在地区、男の名前じゃない。何を妄想しているんですか。そんな
Yeah,
ことはあり
the
ません。
girls are really jumping to conclusions here.
ブローニャの名前は変わりません。ブローニャはブローニャですから。チェ、名手になったブローニャと一緒にいればたくさん食べてたくさん遊べると思ってそういえば、私とリリアはこれからテレサちゃんについていくわ。テレサちゃんが崩壊獣の力を制御する方法を教えてくれるのは才能があるから、あとは専門的な断ろうと思ったけど、ハイペリオンのお菓子があまりにも美味しいから、砂糖とクリームがたくさん入ったケーキを初めて食べたわ。
I mean, I feel like all cake should have sugar. I don't want to know what kind of cakes they're eating.
ブローニャお姉ちゃん、ゼレも一緒にハイペリオンに乗るよ。アインシュタイン博士がゼーレの成婚が気になるから、もう少し観察したいって言ってね。それもいいなって思ったの。ええ、ゼーレが早くなれることができるよ。孤児院の子たちは博士が引き取ってくれることになったの。しばらくはソルトレークの基地にいるみたい。あそこなら安全だって。もう少ししたら私もロザリアも手伝いに行く予定。ただシンマールはあいつがいないと正直。
The rising sun coated the peaceful sea with a splendid sheen, posing a picture of serenity and tranquility. But they shall not forget the eventful night in the enraged sea. A night of reunion, farewell, departure, and return. Everything happened in the wink of an eye and didn't leave the
いろいろ
slightest
あっ
trace.
てネゲントロピーも聖フレイヤもこれから忙しく大人ばかりを頼ってられないもん。未来はどんな風になるんだ。まだ遠い先のことだけどすぐ近くまで来ている気もする。未来は子供たちのものだとテレサ学園長は明日が良くなると子供たちが信じなければこれは彼女が聖フレイヤ学園を作った理由。テレサちゃんは難しいことばかり言うわね。本当に私たちと同年代なのかしら。おそらく同じでは。でもその意味はわかるわ。未来は私たちが作る。
Okay, looks like they're remotivating, getting back together now.
でも今日は思いっきり遊びましょう。ロザリア。やっぱり遊ぼう遊ぼう。何して遊ぼうかしら。ブローニャが決めて。今日は4人もいますからかくれんぼにしましょう。
Awesome. Okay, was that the end? There we go. I think that's the end of the Sea Aquana. Let's go ahead and start the next one. Okay, while this is loading, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a second. Okay, let's go ahead and hit chapter... Which one is this? 13. Location unknown. The Gray Serpent walked down the dark corridor with great confidence. Oh, I love him. He's such a good character. Always brings like that espionage tone into the game too. He did not light his way nor make use of a map. The right direction would appear in his mind at every intersection, as though he had been there many times. Yet, this was the Gray Serpent's first visit to this abandoned shelter. This place is holy. It was the place where the Sire returned to the living earth, but then he was sealed in another dimension. the serpents grew silent and the holy site became a lost secret. The day he finally arrived, his sire called to him and asked him to fulfill his duty. He stopped at the end of the path. A massive metal door barred his way. He waited for a while. A verbal command appeared like a flash of inspiration. He read it aloud. Yeah, I love his voice. It's so creepy. Definitely rings out in my nightmares. The massive doors creaked open, overcoming dust and rust that had accumulated for centuries. There was a hall and a throne. A man seated on it was in the midst of a silent contemplation. Centuries had passed, powers rose and fell as battles raged across the planet. The past was gone before anyone noticed. The Grey Serpent had met the man before. He'd not changed in the slightest. His will remained untarnished. He transcended time, space, and the karmic cycle. He was the only hope against the ageless force of destruction. The man stirred from his thoughts and looked upon his disciple. The Grey Serpent trembled at the sight of his eyes. Those eyes witnessed both countless miracles and the pain of total annihilation. Every memory was condensed and forged by a superhuman will into two orbs of cold, unfeeling ice.
計画の進捗は
うまくいっています。今の世界には断りの律者があなたを一時的に止めることができたとしても、ジャッカルの研究も完成に近づき、
行動を開始しよう。
承知しました。あなたの帰還を歓迎するためにこれを用意いたしました。この伝説の武器こそ。
Wow, look at that. A weapon of such powers should only be wielded by he who leads humanity to his triumphant future. I thought Kevin was a good guy. The Grey Serpent presented the great sword with both hands. The all-consuming flame no longer graced the dull blade, but its familiar shape kindled past memories. He once held this blade to purge the monsters that plagued humanity. He then faced God herself.
友よ、また会ったね。
His hands closed around the hilts and gripped as if it once did. He gazed at the blunt, heavy sword as he had always done before battles, and he had fought thousands of them. The Solium weapon vibrated and stirred to life. It responded to his warrior spirit and began to change. It was more than a weapon, in fact. It felt like a living that harbors a soul. One of the big reasons why I'm playing this game is I really want to see the Flame Chasers from Honkai Star Rail, and I have a feeling he's probably one of them. Upon reuniting with its wielder, the core of the mighty sword erupted to life. The weapon spirited, reignited in fire. Witnesses from ancient times mythologized it, the sword that guards Eden and the fire that destroyed Sodom. Centuries passed, the myth became real. His decree resonated in the hall, a silent thunder that reverberated in the heart of the faithful. It signaled the coming of the great storm. It's just human nature trying to hold on to a savior fantasy. Act 1, Nocturnal Hunt. Okay, so who are we playing as? I think these are both Kiana, the main character of the game. This looks like a more traditional Kiana, White Comet. And it looks like this one, Valkyrie Ranger. This is really cool. No third character. Outskirts of Ark City, late night. 4 months passed since the great Honkai eruption. More and more people sought refuge in cities against the horde of pale beasts and zombies. But the disaster showed no signs of subsiding. The Ark City mech patrols faced another difficult night.
周辺の崩壊獣による災害の発生頻度が増えています。しっかりしろ。 が来るぞ。
The beast swarmed the mech formation before the commander could finish speaking.
数が多すぎて持ちません。このままだと防衛線が突破されるのも時間の問題です。耐えろ。誰。
Alright, I want to try out the new
準備でき
Kiana.
たよ
Nice.
前
呼吸のリズムに注意して私が教えた通りに戦うんだ。キアナ、後ろ。
I can't place my finger on exactly when it happened, but I think maybe 3 or 4 chapters ago, the music in this game just started getting so good. Cool, that's her ultimate.
長見ましたか、あの子。崩壊獣をいとも簡単に倒した化け物。いや救世主か。
今の時は来た。
急いでここを離れよう。あなたの姿をこれ以上目撃されない。
分かってるよ。
The battle ended before the surviving mechs could acquire clear visuals of her face. They could only recall a moonlit shadow. No one knew when she left. 2 individuals observed everything from the cover of darkness. Man, the story here is peaking.
ハイヘビの情報によると、彼女はずっと研究室にとどまっている。K423
And
は
Raven.
崩壊獣災害の現場に出現する。実験に確かに面倒だ。しかし、彼女に気を配る暇はない。
I guess everybody's keeping track of people who are out of the Sea of Quanta now.
今優先させるべきことは、天命の邪魔者を排除することだ。K423 の行方は、天命にとっても重要な意味を。よかろう。緊急時には、天命のために。
Meanwhile, at the floating island's Shiksal
大主
headquarters.
教様、研究士で得た人型ロボットの脳内から情報を分析しました。
Very cool to see Rita again.
K423 の詳細な足取りを推測するには不十分ですが、この情報は同時に K423 が
この潜伏中の蛇が何を企んでいるか見れた。君には研究士に戻ってもらいたい。K423 の
I guess
行方を追い
everybody is in pursuit of the K423.
今の状況です
Rita and Otto.
やぶをつついて蛇を出すことになるのではな。
それは心配ない。ビジネスということにしておくよ。天命はあらゆる分野の大企業と業務提携があるからね。そのうちの上条製薬という製薬会社は世界各地で崩壊さ彼らの新種に対する援助は研究士が入り口だ。過去の今回は君が代表として新しい薬品を研究士に
Otto
輸
never
送す
does
る。
the dirty work himself. He always sends in somebody else. And then, of course, we also have the mystery as to how Otto became so evil with all this Shiksal stuff. That's going to be pretty fascinating to see.
上条製薬が把握している医療記録や情報を
かしこまりました。
En route to Arc City, Shik saw shuttle EOS several hours later. Approaching destination Arc City, Shenzhou.
自動運行機能停止。エオス号は着陸モードに入ります。
副隊長、上条製薬の担当より通信が入っております。
I don't know if I'm familiar with that character either. Alvitter?
隊員たちは戦場で待機していてください。
Sounds like she might be in
視察が
Shiksaw.
完了しました。承知しま。
工業地帯へようこそリータさん。上条製薬信州支部の顧問を務める木。今回は私が共に視察することになった。
Also a new character, I believe. Sioara? Cool, I'm
ご
playing
用
as
でしょ
Rita.
うか。ここ一帯は本当に壮観です。引き渡しの合間にここ
ああ、もち
疲れを取る。
第二次崩壊が終了した後、上条製近隣からの薬品の輸送を可能にする。工業エリアは天球市の郊外にあるが、
Feel free to rock around at will here. Okay, they have a little bit of exploration stuff. What's this?
ここで作った薬品は天球市の他に。
御社は偉大なる事業を成し遂げたのですね。
天命が薬品の材料を提供してくれたお前たちがいなければ、ここの
かしこまりました。エジプトチックな建物が多いですね。
それはオーナーの好みだ。
あそこのピラミッドは
工業エリアの管理棟さ。エジプト
独特ですね。艦長様、お茶などはいかがですか。
Alright.
引き渡しもそろそろ終わる頃だと
I
思い
think
ます。
we've
本
covered
題に入
everything
りま
about
し
the
ょう。
handover. Let's get down to business. I'm down.
この度信州に訪れたのは御社の協力を得るためです。御社はこの都市の医療システムと密接な関係があります。
医療記録を漏らせと。
この件は天球市にメリットしかないことを保証します。民衆を守る責務を果たす。それに災害の根源を調べることによって未然に防ぐことができ。
わかった。この都市の危険は増していく一方だ。
お気遣いいただき。
そういえば最近一人の少女が崩壊銃
一人の少女、
どうやって現れいつ消えたのか。誰困難に直面した時、
そのようなヒーローが本当に存在する。
Okay, that was pretty quick. Yeah, I can see the chat. Sophia, yeah, glad to have you here. I really love Honkai Impact. Bridge, Shiksaw's shuttle EOS, a few hours later.
副隊長、上条製薬からもらったデータをすべて確認しました。第三小隊のアルビトルさんでしょうか。はい、必須員のアルビトルです。副隊長は天命のバルキリーの名前をすべて覚えていると聞きましたが。
Yeah, right now I'm about halfway through the Honkai Star Rail 3.0, but I feel like I'm at a disadvantage because there's all this stuff about welds and the flame bringers. So I'm trying to get caught up in Honkai Impact. I'm still quite a ways away, as you can tell, but we're making progress. And Honkai Impact 3.0, I believe, is going to last, or Honkai Star Rail 3.0 is going to last all throughout the year. So I've got plenty of time to catch up.
副隊長と一緒に戦えるチャンスはめったにないとみんなが言っていました。副隊長は単独での機密任務が多いですからね。副隊長はおやめください。どうぞリタとお呼びください。リタさん、いやダメですよ。そんなに親しく熱い視線ですか。その褒め言葉をお気遣いなく。話を戻しますが、上条製薬からもらったデータの中に相当の数ですね。その中に2ヶ月前の記録ですが、南部地域のあるインターチェンジある被害者が崩壊獣と戦う少女を見たそうです。診断の結果は心的外傷後。よくできました、アルビトルさん。褒められました。第三小隊では便利屋のような人とそれは評判と言えるのでしょうか。他にありません。計423の特徴を入れて検索をかけてみましたが、医療記録も買い物をした記録もなく、監視カメラシステムも彼女の監視カメラを避け一般人に変装することはできます。ただ彼女がまだこの都市にいる限り、誰に彼女の存在を認知し、彼女の姿を捉える者は必ずいます。しかしそういう細かい情報をインターネットのあちこちから全て。アルビトルさん、ご存知でしょうか。この都市には情報や手がかりはそこで探しましょう。招かれざるお客様ですね。
Finally, we're back to some combat here.
の縄張りでしょうか。ボーンの機構がまだ自動運転している。これはお掃除しないといけません。今回は騒動にならないといいです。ご安心ください。
Super fun playing as Rita with her dog.
代わりに保管しておきますね。かしこまりました。倉庫を拡充しませんとね。いや、倉庫を拡充しませんとね。今こそ風を起こす時です。
Man, she is fast. 'd love to see her show up in Star Rail.
今こそ風を起こす時です。
We are not doing very much damage. Jesus. There we go. Now we go.
私の力を信じてください。
The room was empty, machines hummed in the background. The place handles bids from across the world for knowledge, the cheapest yet most valuable commodity. The Grey Serpent was dead, but his business remained very much alive. Rita thought about the man whom she had killed. Something did not add up. She became unsure if she had truly killed that man. Rita shook her head and plugged in the Ningyo's mobile data storage
制限
device.
解除。人型ロボット検索モジュール起動。どこから探しましょう。あの被害者は崩壊獣と戦う少女。
The map displayed the coordinates of every Honkai attack that took place in the Ark City during the past few months. Rumors, photos, and videos posted on various websites were quickly displayed on screen. While scanning the wealth of info that she acquired, a familiar figure caught Rita's attention.
見つけましたよ K423
Okay, there we go. Looks like Rita's found her prey here.
アルビトルさんこの2ヶ月間で天球種には崩壊獣災害が頻繁に発生したと言いましたね
Yeah, I'm watching the chat. Alvaro, did you mention that a large number of Honkai Beast attacks occurred in Ark during the last 2 months?
はい2ヶ月間で35件も発生しました全てが天球種の周りに集中しまるでこの都市の何か
How
が
many games do you play and what is your
引き寄せ
favorite
ている
game?
ようですね
I believe you're asking me about gacha games? How many gacha games do I play? Genshin. I play Honkai, of course, Honkai Impact, Honkai Star Rail. That's 3. What else do I play? I love Infinity Nikki, but I haven't played it that much. I've done about 5 hours though. That's probably a good amount. Let's see, what else do I have? I play Wuthering Waves. I play Punishing Grey Raven. Let me think. Heaven Burns Red. There we go. Trying to think if there's anything else. My favorite game, it kind of depends what I'm playing at the moment. Right now I've been really big on Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail. But it could change to the drop of a hat. I love playing like all the big gacha games, and like anytime a game gets a new update, I like being caught up and playing that one.
崩壊獣が出現したら不朽なる刃の隊員が即時に出撃し現場に到着できるよう天球士の災害警報 K423 の追跡は中止でしょうか今まで入手した情報によりますと K423 が崩壊獣災害の現場に出現した目撃情報は1件だけでは
What are your hobbies like?
彼女の後ろ姿を撮影した人もいました
My two like main hobbies are like gacha games, you know, video games, and probably comic books that we talk about mostly on the channel.
災害現場に注目することで K423 を捕獲する機会が訪れるということですね
I'm thinking of maybe starting Girls Frontline 2 on stream, but we'll have to see.
今私たちがするべきことはただこの都市で災害を待つのに
There we go. That's the end of the 3rd chapter. Two days later.
疲れを取るなら休息が副隊長
Wow.
天球パトロールの警報を捕捉しました北部 D2322 地域にて崩壊獣による災害隊員を招集して直ちに目標地点に総員警戒してください災害現場に到着した後邪魔してくる崩壊獣だけ倒してください
The zombies, they're entering a state of frenzy. I can see glowing patterns on them. Wait, those markings appear to be stigmata. Oh, this is a new version of Rita. Cool. Stigmata? We'll figure that out later. Get into position. Roger. I might have made a mistake. K423 spotted. All units prepare to engage.
準備できたよ分かった
What is your comic book favorite? Definitely the X-Men.
審判の時は来た
We do like X-Men, Spider-Man. definitely more of a Marvel guy over here. Yeah, it's my New Year's resolution to play more of these gachas on stream, especially because I play so many of them already. She landed after unleashing her final shots. Her hair was as pale as moonlight and contrasted against the defeated carcasses strewn across the battlefield. Sophia, tell me, are you a fan of Girls Frontline too? She turned around and waited for a while before she decided to end the silence.
これ以上隠れてても意味はないよ。出てくれば。
ご無沙汰しております。
Very cool. We have, looks like Kiana facing Rita.
それとも空の律者とお呼び。
I'll make artworks and do commissions. Really cool. What do you do artwork of?
リタ・ロスバイセ。あんたのことは覚えてるよ。本部の視察官で数ヶ月前にセーフレイヤの試験であ
Okay,
ったよ
so I
ね。
forgot that Rita used to work at Saint Freya. That's really interesting.
覚えていただいており光栄です。外での流浪の日々はきっと大変だったのでしょう。あなた
行かないよ。
ご自身の立場はキアナさんもご理解。唯一あなたを助けられるのは天命だけです。
何を言われたって答え。
わがままですね。
前に進む。
I'm shocked at how dark this game is. Definitely the darkest Mihoyo game. The more I play the more I play Honkai Impact, the more I feel like it's super underrated.
私の出番奪わないでね。
I would love to draw you something out if you want anything like overlays, logos, anything. I won't break your bank, by the way. Okay, thank you. I'll think about it. Switch back to better Kiana. Attacks in a shortened burst duration. Do you have Discord? Actually, no. I know like every streamer is supposed to have a Discord. You can find me on Twitter. I'm at Arakko on Twitter. Come on. Pistols roared while the scythe sang through the air as though the stars fought the crescent moon. Yet, this titanic battle ended in the blink of an eye. The fighters regained their footing and turned to face each other once more. I have a question for you, Rita. What do you think is more important, catching me or saving the city from disaster?
あなたを捕まえることはこの都市の災害を止めることになります。
今の私を捕まえるのはそう簡単なことじゃないよ。それに信じてくれるかわからないけど、崩壊獣がこの都市を襲う原因は私じゃない。その証拠があれば、
You have Insta.
上条製薬が
No,
何を
I
するつもり
don't.
か、その目で確認できるはず。
This takes up like my entire life.
私はここを出ない。
Comic books and video games take up my entire
逃げ
life.
ることよりも重要なことだから。
I'm on Twitter
私
though.
を信じることができない立場にいるのはわかるけど、選択する権利はあんたにあるから。
Alright, let's go ahead and grab these and then head into the next chapter here. Wow, we did like 5 of those in a row, I think. Alright, 13-6. Okay, cool. Very cool playing as Rita again. An injector, standard Schicksal design. A data card engraved with the Heliopolis logo, most likely a pass for opening security doors. Kiana's words left her confused. The confusion slowly grew into a compelling need for answers.
リタさん、注射器の番号を調べましたが、確かにそれは店名から上条製薬に提供。しかし、中にある薬剤はすり替えられていました。いえ、店名が提供したワクチンをベースに人体の崩壊エネルギー体。
上条製薬、一体何をするつもりでしょう。
リタさん、あと一つ報告した批評の作戦中、ゾンビの体に光る模様が浮かんでいた。今思い返してみると、
成婚？アルビトルさん、自分
見間違いではありません。もちろんそそっかしいって。
はあ、もしアルビトルさんが言った点が事実であれば、成婚は天命のバルキリーだけが装備できる技術です。それが誰かがバルキリーをゾンビにした。
Someone has been turning Valkyries into zombies. That is a good plot thread. Can you drop your X account username at Arakko Braddock? Check my check the name of my channel. Rita thought about it for a while before giving a
今夜
response.
はおそらく休めませんね。自分の推測を確かめないといけません。
Very simple. Arakko, like the planet that the X-Men inhabited in the most recent volume of Krakoa. Braddock, like the last name of Betsy Braddock. Captain Britain.
リタさん、上条製薬の工業エリアに入るのですか？それは条例違反になりますよ。
目的を果たすためには多少の規則違反もやむを得ないとき、それに今優先すべきこと、招かれざるお客様ですね。
Alright, let's play this Rita level.
捕まえます。やっとやっやっ目標の姿を現しました。代わりに保管しておきますね。 招かれざるお客様ですね。
Fell back pretty quick. All right. There we go. Actually, I don't have X. I am making right now. Just a minute. Okay. All right, let's give it a second before we go. Come on. All right. All right, we made it. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the Shiksal Valkyries have come uninvited and now suspect us. Okay, we have another exchange with Raven and Jackal.
こんなにあの律者の娘を利用して天命にこの災いの種を。しかしリタが真相に気づいていないのならそのタイミングで私が用意したプレゼン天命のバルキリーがもがく声、痛みを耐え抜く力がぜひとも間近で観察してみたい。いざ行動するって時に安心しろ。任務が終了したらそれで価値のない物事に同情するな。天命には強い力があるが、個人的な利益を求めて人類を天命が存在する限り、人類は飼いならされた子羊のようにただ時代はもう違う。孫子はすでに帰ってきた。彼は天命が世界にもたらした概念を一掃してくださる。
Do you play any games, Sophia?
私たちがすべきことは孫子に導かれて世界を生まれ変わらせることだ。そのような世界でだけあんたとあんたの守りたい人々は安く。じゃあ始めるとし。
Alright, 13-7, let's check it out. Rita's instinct tells her something shady is hiding in there. Loving these Rita levels. Under the cover of night, Rita silently arrived at the Heliopolis research facilities. The ID pass allowed her to bypass most of the doors in this area.
そうすれば疑問。
何かあったらいつでも。
上条製薬にご用でしょうか。
Okay, search the lab and acquire data. Another stealth level.
ご安心ください。館長様は私がお守りします。これは上条。
第二次崩壊が発生してから、この企業は崩壊の危害を受けた全世界の都市に援助を始めました。この工業エリアもその頃。
崩壊エネルギーに関す崩壊エネルギーの
無料。
館長様、お茶などはいかがですか。
Boom. Gotcha. There's a guy.
かしこまりました。
There he is. Okay, let's take him out.
まだ危険から脱していませんよ。
Dark in here.
まだ危険から脱していませんよ。
That whale is crazy. Oof. Oof. spotted me. We'll give it a second. We'll go back in there. And we'll take that guy out. Ooh. Oh, okay. All right. They tripped the alarm. We're done here. No more stealth.
HBA022 に対する
上条製薬は私たちの配合を分析して
注射器に残された改造済みの薬剤を見ると HBA02 在庫はゼロ。
今回運んできた3万近くのワクチンも
底知れない新ご用でしょうか。
Alright, we got an upgraded ID key. And another guy to take out.
まだ危険から脱していませんよ。かしこまりました。
Rita grew increasingly uneasy. She felt that something was wrong. I do too, like all of a sudden those guards went away. The data she found presented only a few dots. Rita pieced the hints together and sensed something terrifying. She would only need to find the last piece of a puzzle to see the entire picture.
触れてはならない何か重大なものが隠されているような。
もし本当にそんな恐ろしいリタさん、今日は一旦撤退して計画を練ってから潜入しましょうか。
Rita's optics suddenly detected something and informed by a flashing a little red dot. Her phantom iron battlesuit was forged in Helheim Labs. It was designed to hunt down Honkai infected organisms. And the inbuilt biodetectors of the battlesuit had picked up the faint scent of a
情報
zombie.
をつかめる機会。アルビトルさん。
Okay, how many chapters? How many courses in this chapter? Wow, only 15. So this one's going to be quick. We're what? We're at 8? We're halfway through it already. Areas hidden from human vision could easily be detected by Stalker Carbon, Rita's loyal hound. She gave an order, the mech hound leaped into action.
私たちが探している秘密は
Nice! Playing as the hound now? Man, what an awesome game. Change characteristic every 5 seconds. Could not be more excited to get to part 2. There we go.
よくできました。かわいいワンちゃん。私
The elevator door opened. The darkness seemed to offer an odious
疲れを
invitation.
取るなら休息が一番ですよ。
All right, back to Rita. We have the infamous elevator fighting scene. We have a different version of Rita.
招かれざるお客様ですね。
Just a shame that you can't jump. Whenever I'm in an elevator in a video game, the first thing I do is jump. If I can't jump, I'm not a happy boy.
私の力を信じ
This combat's so good, I don't know if I
もが
can.
き苦しむ魂にここに永遠に眠りなさい。招かれざるお客様ですね。ご心配いら捕まえました捕まえましたよ。目標が姿を現しました。もがき苦しむ魂にここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。捕まえましたよ。
I'm not doing a lot of damage. Jeez.
もがき苦しむ魂にここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。捕まえましたよ。
We got two, 1.5 health bars left. Super off topic, but I gotta say lately, I've been having the weirdest dreams. I keep having dreams about being like at a camp and then like meeting people who I'm like not super familiar with.
申し訳ありません。
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, yeah, let's use some of those crystals. I do not want to do this again. This is taking way too long. All right. Yeah, at the beginning of these dreams at the camp, everybody's happy with me. And then as I get like later into the dream, there's always like something negative that happens and everybody's super angry. And it's like just a recurring thing that happens almost every night. It's a metaphor for my relationships with people. Cornucopia, I'm doing well. Good to have you in chat. Are you a Honkai Impact 3rd fan? I am. Sophia gave me okay. If you follow me back, I will follow you. That's the game we're playing right now. Honkai Impact 3rd. I follow you already. Okay, fantastic. I'll follow you off stream. It's always good to have new followers. All right, so we're at 9 of 15. Act 2, Nocturnal Puzzle. The horror and madness behind the secrets that Heliopolis is hiding is unimaginable.
招かれざるお客様ですね。ご用でしょうか。
How much you stream more? I'm not sure what that means. The giant elevator platform finally reached the underground facility. She stepped into a gigantic chamber. What shocked Rita most was its contents. There were vats containing humanoid specimens that appeared eerily alien yet familiar. This could only be zombies. The reanimated corpses exhibited glowing marks of intricate patterns on their pallid skin. Stigmata before Schicksal created artificial stigmata. Excuse me. Only very, very few people bore these marks naturally. Rita breathed a sigh of relief when she found no familiar faces, but that relief quickly turned into fury. The specimens varied in size and age. Some exhibited Honkai tissue implants or white silica carapace. Others had cybernetic body parts instead. The entire chamber was a horror show designed to display the extent to which a human body could be mutilated. Rita realized she was close to the roots of a dark secret. Okay, so what's the deal? Is it Schicksal turning these Valkyries into zombies? What's going on here?
ご無事ですか。心拍数と血圧が上昇しているようですが。
ご安心ください。
Man, look at that
艦長
environment.
様は私がお守りします。目標が姿を現しました。はっふっはっよっはっはっ捕まえましたよ。はっはっはっよっはっはっよっはっはっよっはっはっよっ捕まえましたよ。 もがき苦しむ魂、ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。はっよっはっはっとはっはっ捕まえましたね。よっはっはっはっ
The hound gingerly leaps onto the main computer terminal and plugged itself in. A large number of documents were displayed on Rita's visor. She quickly found the file she was looking for.
それは人類の血脈の中に残された貴重な遺産だ。成功は自然進化の産物ではなく、全文明が消滅する前に、彼らは一部の廃止に複雑な崩壊。成功を持つ人類はより強い崩壊エネルギー。しかし残念なことに、そのため成功遺伝子自体は誰もが持って天命は成功を人工的に製造し移植だが、全知全能なる蛇のケージに導かれ、
蛇まさか。
現在人為的干渉で遺伝子に隠された精魂の配列を再構築することで、成功この過程は非常に難しく、耐えきれない者は死亡し、しかし耐えられた者は崩壊の中で生き残る力を手にする。代償はかなり高いが、現在の進捗は予定よりもはるかに遅い。我々は 人口密度の
この都市にいるすべての人に。
私もたまにそう。
All right. Some of the secrets would only be revealed at the cost of blood.
許可も得ずに勝手に人の縄張りに入ってきて機密情報をリタさんここに興味おもてなしの準備にしかしお前とお前の部下たちの命を対価
こんなもので天命のバルキリーを倒せる招かれざるお客様です。
Very interesting that these like Raven and Gaku characters are not a part of Jigsaw. There's something inside that.
もが苦しむ魂ここに永遠に眠りなさい。苦しむ魂ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。
For sure wish they gave us more characters to play as this round.
ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。
プレゼントを用意した。精鋭と謳われている不朽なる刃。絶対絶命の中でもその実力を発揮できるのか見せてもらおうじゃないか。
Your setup is very cool. Love it. Thank you.
ゾンビも毒もそういった手
Spent
段
a
は
long time working on it, and we have a long time. We have quite a few things left to go. I'm definitely missing some lights. Yeah, I want to get some lights on the window behind me. I think that looked really cool. Rita taunted her opponent and swung her sight. The razor's sharp edge clove the zombie into two.
そうは思わない。
The person on screen gave a smile and showed no hint of disappointment that her ambush had been defeated. The zombies and beasts around Rita suddenly collapsed as though they had been drained of power.
これは催涙ガスなんかじゃない。HSN-B46 結成だ。生物体内の崩壊エネルギーを急速に低下させ発散させる。そしてこれはお前たちのために作った特別性。天命が作った武器を
She gave an order. Heavy mechs landed in the chamber and charged at Rita. Alright, so we're not done with this mission
どう
yet.
したんだリタ。不朽なる刃の力を私に見せつけるんじゃないのか。さあ紹介しよう。バルキリー殺戮兵器コードネームデスステ。せいぜい楽しんでくれ。
I died quick.
苦しむ魂よ、ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。はっとはっ捕まえましたね。やっはっはっはっはっやっとはっとはっやっはっとはっやっとやっはっ申し訳ありません。
My God,
職
okay.
務を全うできませんでした。もがき苦しむ魂よ、ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。やっふっとやっはっはっとはっはっふっやっはっとやっはっはっはっもがき苦しむ魂
Okay, last health bar.
ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。やっやっ捕まえましたよ。
There we go, perfect dodge.
申し訳ありません。職務を全うできませんでした。もがき苦しむ魂よ、ここに永遠に眠りなさい。失礼いたします。捕まえましたよ。もがき苦しむ魂よ、ここに永遠に眠りなさい。
There we go.
不朽なる刃。
Do you stream daily? No, I do not. I
仲
wish
間
I
の
did.
心配をする必要はない。公平を期すため
I usually stream on
全員
Saturdays.
に同じプレゼントを用意しているからだ。仲間が殺されたのにまだ笑えるのか。冷酷なやつだ。
あなたが天命の手に落ちた時、あなたをどう処罰するか考えていたのです。
できもしないことを語るやつが私は嫌いなんだよ。やれ。
Alright, let's go ahead and grab this. And here we go, Act 3. Nocturnal Escape. Back to a few hours ago, the girl deduced how she found out everything. Okay, looks like we have just regular Kiana. The unknown area, city outskirts several hours ago. Memo notes connected by different colored lines were pinned on the city map displayed on the wall. Kiana and Fu Hua, had been digging up leads and info on the city's Honkai outbreaks. The answer became clear once all the pieces of the
ところ
puzzle
でキアナ、
were pieced together.
いつから天球師の災害に裏があると気づいたの？
ゾンビを片付けている時、その中に知っている顔があったの。そのゾンビは1ヶ月前に私が助けた女の人だった。委員長、覚えてる？天球師の崩壊獣災害は。
ええ、その時あなたとは関係がないと私は言った。
うん。もし私の中の律者人格が崩壊、その言葉で今回の糸口を掴んだの。
By the way, what type of art do you like? Very clean line, expressive. Yeah. Your words pointed me to the right
崩
direction.
壊獣とゾンビは崩壊エネルギーの高い場所に集まるから。
Kiana placed pins on each and every side of the Honkai
見て、
outbreaks.
天球市周辺の災害発生地を地図に表すと、あるものを中心にしている。
上条製薬の工業エリア。簡単で効率的な考え方。キアナらしくない。
流浪生活唯一のメリットは怠惰でいられないところだね。
あなたの推測が正しければ、あの巨大な工業エリアには今回の災害の秘密。
だから天命がこの件を調べるよう天命を巻き込もうって委員長が提案してくれたんだよ。
私たちよりも天命はこの件に注目しているはずだからね。一応ここ一帯の援助計画には天命も参加。
私は天命を信用できない。リタが私たちが差し出した情報をもとに捜査を始めてくれるのか、それとも無視して私を捕まえようとするのか。でもリタの選択がどうであれ、私はこの件を最後まで追うよ。これは試練なの。彼女に対するものであって私に対するものでもあるから。
I am loving all the tension they're building up between Rita and Kiana right now. And also, just the idea of the zombies, too, is just like a minor dark element that's really serving this game really, really nicely here.
よし。キアナ、そろそろ状況を確認しよう。
This is also a smaller chapter than we've seen from previous ones.
予想通り、バルキリーたちが行動を開始している。
じゃあ次は私たちの番だね。何ぼーっとしてるの艦長。本気で私に勝てると思ってるの？
Okay, we have another stealth mission. Turn around. There we go.
Where 行くのよ。迷っちゃいそう。
Yeah, this guy's not moving. Well, it says I'm supposed to go here. That might be why.
どこへ行くのよ。迷っちゃいそう。ロックトアートローデット。
That was so weird. It's like as soon as I like went into that room, just all those enemies popped in, and then the game just like stopped and it wouldn't let me move. By the way, do you watch 3D models? No. Act 3, Nocturnal Escape. It's only rare to see a moment of mercy on a bloody battlefield. The night provided the perfect setting for this deadly battle. Valkyries of the Immortal Blades fought on against the lurching zombies and mechanical horrors. However, the weight of the enemy's numbers slowly pushed back the elite Shixling unit.
あのバルキリーたち、反撃をするまるで一般人が崩壊獣を相手にしているような。
この人たち、怪我がひどいよ。放って。
キアナ、私。
分かってるけど。ロックトアートローデット。フッハーハーフッハーフッハーフッハーフッ
true. I also don't like it, but my clients like that. Yeah. I know some people are really into VTubing and stuff. When I became a streamer, I never even considered VTubing like one time. I have no idea why. Seems like it'd be way easier than like actually being on camera. Especially like for female streamers. Like I feel like if you're a female streamer, VTubing is definitely the way to go. And then just don't do the whole dream face reveal thing and you're good. You know, there's people who do face reveal and they're fine though. It just depends. Yeah, but it's their choice. Sophia says, yeah, I totally agree. I think women probably just get a lot of harassment. Especially just because, like, everything about, you know, streaming, online gaming is just so, like, male-dominated, you know? A lot easier. Way easier to just have, like, a 2D or a 3D model up on the screen and just be, like, nice and pleasant and sweet. For guys, it's like nobody cares though, you know? The level of harassment is not even remotely similar. When I first started streaming, I really got into it. I would get the craziest comments. Yeah, you know, people I saw here, so many people use it. Yeah, it's smart. Yeah, like I would review comic books that other people felt differently about, and then they would let me know in my comment section. They would get ridiculous. I remember one time, I used to wear like blazers and stuff when I did reviews. I remember one time this guy said, put the blazer back in the closet. So crazy. Like, you know, like a VTuber wouldn't get that kind of comment. God, that's so funny. People are hilarious. I think that guy's name is like Jonathan something. Sometimes I run into him on other people's channels. Oh, it's so funny. I see him being like nice to other people. Oh, we died. Okay. Let's do that one again. I was just like completely on autopilot there. All right. People are really crazy on the internet. Playing a lot of Star Rail lately. I know we keep going back and forth talking about it. Keep wondering if the Finon character was the Kevin character that we saw earlier in our stream today with the sword. I think it's been great so far, honestly. People are there's a lot of people who've been complaining about the 3.0 for Honkai Star Rail, and I just think it's been a ton of fun. You know, the characters are super interesting. The Herda's really fun to play as. I love the Herda's skill attack, where she like breaks that ice, and it hits like 3 or 4 times. It's really, really cool. Wait, how do I keep dying? Switch to range attacks when melee isn't as effective. Okay, let's try that one more time. I don't even pay attention. I just get halfway through the level and I'm dead. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out who to play the Herda with, because I don't have Jade currently. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm supposed to do. Alright, come on. Go in here. Come on, come on. There you go. Okay. Come on. There we go. Wait, what? Okay, I guess that's not what we're supposed to do either. That might be what's killing me, actually. I might need to stay away from that section. Alright, there goes that one. Okay, let's keep her away from the pink circle. Alright. Get away from the pink circle. Oh, Jesus. Did we do it? Oh, jeez. Do you like this game? Yes, when I'm winning. Let's see. What are we at? Okay, we have a few more minutes. Can I upgrade her at all? Alright, I'm gonna give this one more try. Okay, there's the first two girls. Ooh, okay, my light. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn my light off for now. Alright, perfect. Ooh, those girls. Those girls are gonna be the end of me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up for now. I want to thank everybody for coming over to the stream today. Let's see, can I upgrade? Oh, okay. Well, let's try upgrading this person. Okay. Let's upgrade her gun. Just a few minutes. I think I'm gonna upgrade her and I'm gonna try it one more time. Oh, nice. Look at all the stuff I've got. Alright, let's try it one more time with our upgraded Kiana. Yeah, we're definitely doing a ton more damage now. bro. Jesus, these guys. All right, did we do it?
空のリッチャー、あんたを傷つけたりなんて本当にここで何があったの？奴らは卑劣だ。催涙が体の力。
The wounded Valkyrie remembered something and held on to Kiana's arm despite her fears.
わかった。杉田さんがあんたお願い。
Finally. Oof. Okay, I want to thank everybody for coming and just hanging out today. It was awesome to just get, more back into video games after such a long time here. Moving forward, we'll definitely be back on Saturday. We might be back tomorrow for another stream. Elsewhere, just thank you for spending your weekend with me, and I just hope you have a great day.